screwed that up. Anyway. Ahoy hoy. I am Plannerwalk, and welcome back to an open debate. It's been a long time since I've had one of these. Let me just get everything switched over to how it needs to be. There we go. And I've got AB Science with me.
Hello, everyone.
And one thing that I've decided to do, because usually it takes a while for people to come in, is I've decided to talk. I've got something ready to talk about, just as we're waiting for, a flat earther or an anti-vaxxer or some religious fundamentalist to show up. Whilst we're waiting for someone interesting to debate, I've got even an anarcho-capitalist. That would be a fun debate, wouldn't it?
It'll be interesting.
Yeah. I've got some things here, so let me zoom up on this. So I've got a few comments. One is on a comment that I left on Mr. Dapperton's video, and one of them is a few comments on one of my videos, right? And let me read out what I commented on Mr. Dapperton's video so that you get a bit of context as to what's going on. This is all on the subject of net neutrality, and people were freaking out a few years ago thinking that if we were to lose net neutrality, it would be the end of the internet. Obviously, the internet's a little bit harder to kill than just repealing net neutrality. You got to do a lot to kill the internet. But anyway, I commented on Mr. Dapperton's new video. A quick Google search shows that there have been consequences to the repeal of net neutrality, such as Verizon throttling firefighters during the California wildfires. What I want to know is what companies have sprung up to combat these monopolies since the repeal of net neutrality. Very reasonable comment, I think. The reply that I got from Joseph Lazowski is, Google is very biased.
But how is that relevant?
Oh, it's because I said a quick Google search shows that there have been consequences to the repeal of net neutrality.
Well, so, hold on. So, are we saying that Google is biased in favor of who? I mean, surely Google is one of those big monopolies, right? So, well, I don't get how it's relevant.
It's well, essentially, I don't think Google is one of these monopolies in the context of ISPs.
Yeah, true. Obviously, yeah.
Yeah. So it's. I don't get why they say Google is very biased, and I get that it's just one person saying that. At least, right there it is. No, not there. Where is it? Oh wait, I remember. It was on here, wasn't it? Okay. So here's another comment. So one person was saying, I hate Mr. Dapperton, he doesn't present any objective facts. The basis of his arguments are almost always personal opinion. I think he means I don't know why the hell he has so many subscribers, right? And I replied with, I've noticed that too. Nothing says opinion more than saying that never happened when 5 minutes of Google search gives a ton of results. And this person called Ancap Otaku said, okay, you are straight up lying. He has presented objective facts in many of his videos, you lying biased hack. And then he said, oh yeah, Google's something known for filtering results based on bias. Well, if it's on Google, it must be automatically legit, right? And it's like...
Well, do these people know how the internet works?
I don't know.
Because yes, Google is biased, but you know what? The problem is that it is always biased in your favor.
And
that's the problematic bit, because the algorithms behind Google, they don't go, oh, what do we want them to see? No, they go, what do we think you want to see?
Now, I can...
And even then, the effect of that is marginal, right? Because the amount of times that, okay, like you use an alternative search engine, it's like the same pages always roughly pop up on the first kind of page. The ordering might slightly change, but that's about it, as far as I've seen, anyway.
Yeah, it's... I don't get it. I don't get what their point is meant to be. I understand that they're trying to invalidate what I'm saying by saying, oh, you can't just trust everything that's on Google, but the thing is, I'm not just using what's on Google. It's not Google that you've got to invalidate, it's the actual sources that you've got to invalidate.
Well, that's the thing, Google doesn't host the information, and surely people understand that, right? Google is just an index. It points you in a direction, but it doesn't host the information.
Yeah. Like, do they want me to use Bing or something?
No, I don't get it. I suppose it's all kind of like DuckDuckGo and stuff like that. It's like, well, yeah, they're fine search engines, but Google is easy.
Yeah, I like Google, and I like Google, and yeah, sure, it may have its problems from time to time, but generally, if I'm looking for something on Google, I'll find it.
Well, yeah, and that's the thing. It's because the whole Google bias and stuff like that. It's like, well, as long as you understand that, it is kind of tailored for you, and as long as you understand how to search stuff, then Google is going to give you, the same articles. It doesn't really kill anything apart from, obvious legal blocks. But yeah, just know how to use a search engine. Because the issue around the Google bias and, the echo chambers that it creates and everything, it's just based on, the issue around that is for when generally people are, the kind of people who would, and I'm sorry if there is anyone in the audience that Googles that way, but if they want to say, for example, what is the fuel efficiency as a function of velocity in a car, and they would type literally that sentence into Google, yeah, then you're going to be a little bit screwed. But if you just go fuel efficiency, velocity, car,
yeah,
then it's just knowing how to use it.
Sometimes it does help to Google sometimes it does help to Google a question. Like, hell, I'll often go onto my phone and go, here we go. Hey Google, how far can a Tesla travel in one charge?
370 miles. According to government technology. Answer, all the way from Los Angeles to San Francisco. That's about 370 miles, 35 miles or 10% further than the car's previous range.
Okay, you can shut up now.
But yeah. So if you interact with Google that way, but last week I really struggled with this. But yeah, last week I heard a student just literally typing into Google a full question of what is the third digit behind after the decimal on pi.
Okay.
Whereas you just Google pi, right?
Yeah.
Surely.
Yeah, that's...
he comes up and you go, the digit, fantastic.
Yeah.
But anyway.
But one person also commented, actually it's also Ancap Otaku. Like he went ahead and just replied to a lot of comments, right? And so, one of his original comments, not replying to a comment, was, shit, here we go again. Do you people ever give up? Net neutrality is just government regulation over the internet, which is a bad idea. And he spelt which wrong as well.
Which? Well, maybe he spelt it right. He just forgot the comma. Witches are a bad idea.
Oh, yeah. So he's got a point there. That's if witches are real, though. So, you know.
Well, the real witches are fine. It's just, you know, the witches you see, the charlatans and stuff, they're a bit problematic.
Yeah, good point. So, yeah. So, and I made points in the video, right? I made points about how there was... We used to have points where net neutrality didn't exist, and, you know, ISPs would throttle things like Netflix in favor for other services. And it seems that all that was glossed over. And it's just like, we don't like government regulation. Government regulation bad. I'm like, okay.
Well,
I think government regulation is good depending what government regulation it is, but, you know, that's besides the point.
Well, that's the thing. So am I correct in understanding that they don't take, you know, they'll take government regulation, the fact that net neutrality has to be enforced by government, do they take that as a greater danger than the absence of net neutrality?
Yes.
Which,
So their argument will be something along the lines of net neutrality is government regulation. Government regulation is generally bad. Net neutrality also prevents smaller ISPs from entering the market. So, or actually, their argument would be regulation generally prevents smaller businesses from entering the market. So, therefore, to have a better market, we have to have less regulation.
How does net neutrality prevent smaller businesses from entering the market?
I'm pretty sure their argument would go, more regulation means that for ISP or for smaller businesses to go into a market, they need to know all the regulation. Therefore, that way they can't break any regulate. That way I'm just trying to work out a good way to word it. If they go into a market and there's a lot of regulation, it means that they need to learn all that regulation so that they don't break that regulation.
Right. But the isn't one of the fundamental issues with net neutrality is that it can prevent traffic to, you know, and it can be used to reduce traffic to certain websites. So if you, as a new business, haven't got a sweet deal like the big guys in your area, then your ISP can throttle access to the new guys. Therefore, you have a playing field which is not level. So that prevents new competitions popping up and allows for monopolies to be established. That surely is against the free market.
Yeah, one person in the comments, or one person in the live chat said, yes, net neutrality would give the government too much power. We Americans bulk at ceding freedom. And then they also said, I live in New York. Regulations strangle small business.
Well, too much regulation definitely would strangle small business, but you have to. You can't treat it as a blanket statement. It has to be on a case by case basis, and that's the point of a democracy, where government regulation is introduced and we evaluate that, and that is voted for by our representatives. We hold our representatives to account, right? Certain regulation is a good thing. Other regulation is a really bad idea, right? To have a completely unregulated, completely 100% free market is absolutely crazy.
Yeah, it's one of the issues that I've found is that a lot of people that are for deregulation of business or deregulation of corporations, one of the things that I've found about them is that they seem to think that the only way in which monopolies can get a hold on the market is through regulation, right? They think that because of regulation, that's how monopolies get a hold on the market. And that can be the case if the people writing the regulation are these big businesses. But it's not the only way in which a business can gain a monopoly on the market.
Oh yeah, there's several different methods, and if there's no regulation, then there's no there's no competitive laws and everything. And then there's no grounds. There's no consumer protection.
One person just said, the same person said, too much regulation and taxes. Welcome to New York. I had a cabbie who gave up his business due to $100,000 a year in taxes and too many regulations. Well, why don't you come on and we can talk about this?
Yeah, yeah.
Link is in the... Link should be in the description, I think. Last I checked it was. Link to the Discord, and just join the debate lobby and I'll drag you in. Because I think that regulation is good. Obviously, some regulation can be bad, and sometimes... Now, I don't know how the taxes are structured, right? So if someone's paying $100,000 a year in taxes for the business, I want to know, A, how much he was making, B, what the tax rate was, and what regulations stopped him from... Maybe he was Anthony Riley or something.
Yeah,
I don't think Anthony Riley was in New York, but I might be wrong on that.
Well, because I would seriously question those numbers. But also, yeah, I mean, maybe you've hired Anthony Riley as your accountant or your tax lawyer, then yeah, things can go tits up very quickly.
And New York is famed for its oppressive taxes. Well, then, come on and tell us about New York taxes. Maybe I'd be against the way that New York does its taxes. I don't know how New York does its taxes. At least I know that in New Zealand, our taxes seem to be relatively good.
Well, yeah, I mean, but that's what we're saying, right? It has to be considered on a case by case basis. We can't blanket say regulation is a good thing or regulation is a bad thing. We have to evaluate it on a case by case basis. Like, this bit of regulation is a good thing, and that's promising, whereas this bit is crippling, and the benefits to one group outweigh or don't outweigh the negatives in another group. And then and that's why you need to have the discussion. But to blanketly say that regulation is a bad thing is fundamentally wrong, right? Because imagine a deregulated market where there's no regulation whatsoever, right? This is reductio ad absurdum, but you then very quickly go, well, and let's just take it from the consumer perspective. What prevents consumer exploitation? Now your hardcore Adam Smith
free market
believer will say, well, the free market, right? Yeah. The consumer will go somewhere else and everything. Yeah, that's great. But what if consumer safety
Yeah. Well,
is consumer safety, right? What if the product you sold, and the consumer bought it on good faith, harms the consumer? Then their first response is, well, then the consumer can sue the company. It's like, no, they can't, because there's no regulation to sue them against.
yeah.
As simple as that.
It's not just that though. It assumes that all consumers are rational agents or are rational actors, right? Now,
Yeah, absolutely, and that's problematic.
Now, when you assume that, right, when it comes to something like, let's say Apple, right? Apple have some atrocious products, some really bad products. They have some good products, I'll admit, but some of the design flaws in some of their products are absolutely atrocious, right? And people keep on going back to Apple, even after their iPhone ends up failing, even after their Mac ends up failing, because of things like brand loyalty. If they were a truly rational, person, right, then they wouldn't go back. They would maybe boycott Apple, but that doesn't happen, at least not for Apple. Sometimes it does happen. Sometimes certain brands will be boycotted, but most of the time, when a company does something bad, a lot of people don't realize it.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you said, all of these really purist economic models, they really assume something that's referred to in the in many economics textbooks as the econ, the mythical species of consumers that is perfectly rational. And if you keep going with the assumption that every consumer is an econ, then yeah, you're fine. But it doesn't work out that way.
Oh, we've got the casual spaceman in here.
Hello. Oh, he's not quite ready yet.
Hello, how are you?
Good, yourself?
Oh, God, I forgot I was on push to talk.
Okay.
Talking away and things happen.
You seemed kind of quiet there.
Yeah, I'm kind of losing my voice a little bit. I've still got quite a nasty cough, which is really sort of bothering me. So my throat's a bit sore and stuff. So, but can you hear me okay? Or
Yeah, I can hear you.
yeah, I agree with AB. Having a blanket regulation system is always going to fail SMEs, and it has done. It's been proven in the past to do that. So I'm now, there is a European country, I'm not sure which one it is, but they have a tiered regulation system where there's regulation through at each level depending on the size of the business. But obviously the regulations get tougher and tougher and tougher the higher you actually go. So obviously with the major corporations, they're going to be tougher regulations. So in a system like that, for me, it not only just protects SMEs, but it also protects consumers as well.
Yeah, I mean, you have that in many countries where you have a tiered system where you have different kinds of expected responsibilities depending on the size of your business. That's quite standard.
Yeah. And I just remembered actually reading maybe a year or so ago one particular country, and for the life of me, I was sitting there racking my brains trying to think, and it works very, very well. It might be one of the Scandinavian countries, I'm not too sure, but yeah, the tiered system can work. But a blanket system, it's going to be awful for the smaller businesses for sure.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
I do think that a tiered system would probably be better, and I hadn't really heard about a tiered system until now, so thank you for letting me know that.
So it sounds to me in New York then they just have a blanket system, I'm assuming, then from what you've been saying in the chat, it's just the same regulations for everybody.
Yeah, like some of these regulations that may seem a little bit stupid, right? And I'm not sure what regulations Blaze is talking about, right? But when it comes to some of the regulations in New York, some of them may seem a little stupid as a small business, but I'm guessing a lot of them probably, once you get right up there to once you get right up there to, where you could possibly start forming a monopoly, some of these regulations probably actually play a big role.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, for sure.
And yeah, like maybe it's you've got to apply for a license or something. I don't, maybe something like that. I have no idea what these regulations are.
Oh, blimey! I have heard in New York you need a license for almost anything in New York. From what I've heard, I could be wrong, but yeah, you need to apply for licenses for almost anything.
Yeah. I do know that in Britain you do have to apply to. I'm pretty sure you've got to apply to register to be a cab driver.
Oh yeah, of course, yeah, absolutely, yeah. You need to be licensed for that for sure, yeah. Absolutely.
We all know who didn't.
In most countries, you need to do that.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
But we all know who didn't.
What do you mean?
We all know who didn't register to be a cab driver in the UK.
Who? What do you mean?
Anthony Riley.
Of course. Oh, I forgot that he thought he could run a business at some point. But no, he was not a cab driver because he had a mobile phone on him, so therefore he can't be a cab driver or something.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It wasn't
apparently there's two different licenses though, isn't there? There's one that's like I can't remember what they call it, the Hackney cab license or something like that, where you can actually pick people off on the street, which is one license, and then a license where it's just like a standard taxi license, where the rates are regulated. I think they're standardized, if I understand. So yeah, you got different types of licenses from what I hear.
I don't know exactly how it works, but I know one thing is that Anthony didn't have either of them.
Yeah, well, he's illegal then. If he's carrying passengers and he hasn't got a license to do it, then it's illegal. It's as simple as that. If that's what he was doing.
I can't remember exactly what. Yeah, it was what he was doing because that's what the police officer pulled him over for, I believe. But if I recall correctly, he tried to argue that he had a mobile phone in his pocket, and therefore his primary duty was to transport company equipment, and therefore that was not the primary purpose of the trip, or something like that.
Yeah, but it doesn't really matter whether he's got stuff in it. But as soon as a person sits into his car, and they're paying a fee for him to take there, then he's got passengers in there. So, you got all sorts of problems with insurance, because what happens if he has a crash and the guy that's in the back and he gets injured, he hasn't got a leg to stand on. He's not covered.
Well, yeah, I mean, what you're doing here is conflating Anthony Riley's reality.
Yeah, well, we all know that. I mean, yeah, I suppose I'm preaching to the converted, really. I mean, neither is stupid, but I mean, you can't believe that everything that Riley tells you anything anyway. So,
Well, the court transcripts are available, and
oh, really? Went to court, did it? Oh, right, okay.
Yeah,
it went to court. Yeah. It's a matter of public record. You can quite easily Google it.
Oh no, I'll take your word for it. Holy crap!
Yeah, I mean, it went through the courts, so it is a matter of public record.
So I wonder if he did he try and use his newly acquired legal skills at his university to argue the case. I guess probably didn't go to the option.
He's not going to pass that, is he?
If he's doing it at all.
Well. Actually, no. I do have a theory around it. I don't think that that was actually what he submitted.
No, I don't think it either. Because I mean, I haven't actually done a degree, but I've done an HND, and I did start to do a degree actually with the Open University. Right from the start of the course, both with an HND and a degree, you're told categorically what your essays and what your thesis or whatever it is you're going to submit needs to consist of. And there are things like word count, title pages, your references and the type of referencing you need to do. It's all very, very clear. And if we submitted it, obviously with Open University, you submit it online. I don't know whether they did the same thing. And if quite often, the system would pick it up. And if you haven't got the right things, and particularly the word count, it was rejected straight away. And even if it did get in front of the tutor, it would just be sent straight back. So, I can't even imagine that, that it even got in front of the actual tutor who's actually going to mark it. Probably just got as far as somebody, some clerk's desk and said, "What's this crap?" and sent it back. If that whatever system he uses, so I just don't see how that could possibly be submitted, because it was dreadful. It was just a piece of paper with a load of words on it. That's all it was. It wasn't a thesis.
Yeah, the Open University submission system is a little bit more sophisticated. I mean, I did a master's degree at the Open University, and there it's quite sophisticated, but But that's because the Open University really heavily relies on that data infrastructure. Whereas most universities, you just submit it through a program called Learning Central, and that gets scanned by Turnitin for plagiarism, and then that's it. As the marker, you just get it in your email inbox, and that's it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the guy, whoever was actually marking it would have just taken one look at it, no title page even for a start. He would have just sent it back, surely. So, I agree with you. I don't think he submitted that paper at all as a thesis. Yeah. He might have well submitted a thesis. I don't know, but he certainly didn't submit that as a thesis. I'm not buying it. He put it out there really to see what people's reaction was and to cause a bit of a stir to get some attention and all the rest of it as well.
I spoke to Mark Sargent about him, and Mark Sargent said, he's just an antagonist, and that's all he does.
Okay.
He's nothing more, nothing less.
Yeah, I feel like Anthony Riley is probably actually one of these people that is just trying to get attention.
Yeah,
of course.
Yeah. And
that's why he does what he does. Yeah, absolutely.
And that's why I think that when it comes to things like there's something that I was going to bring up. What was it? When it comes to that dumb fuck of the year stuff, I think he actually does want to win that for the attention.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, even the video he put out saying, it's like, here's my, my submission to be considered for it. There were just so many really stupid things in it.
Yeah.
Where you're like, no, you must have done that on purpose, because, you've been doing this shit for, 3 years, and I've never seen you fuck up dynamics processing this badly, for example. You must have done that on purpose. I've never seen you really, really mess up a lot of things. That's like, no, even for you, Anthony, that's really stupid. You're really trying.
Yeah, like, I had never heard that that bad of audio quality from Anthony Riley. It sounded like he was deep throating the mic, pretty much.
Yeah.
And
well,
I was going to say the same thing about the audio as well. Yeah, absolutely right.
And I remember watching it on Fight the Flat Earth's channel, because recently, I think it was might have been yesterday or the day before, and I was thinking, wait, who fucked up the is either noise gate or some kind of compression? Probably noise gate.
It was the compressor.
Oh wait, no, it would have been side chain compression. It would have been.
No, it wouldn't have been sidechain because there was no signal. He compressed his main voice, which was awful, and he then sidechained, but it probably was just an automated plugin, whatever he uses as a duck.
Yeah.
To kind of duck out. It is technically sidechain compression, but I doubt it is that sophisticated to actually fully justify. It's like, all right, here's one audio channel, there's a bus, then I've got a compressor in the rack here that takes that input for the threshold calculations and gain reduction calculations, but actually applies that on that thing. I doubt it was that sophisticated.
Yeah, it was probably something in something like OBS where you can go, okay, this here's the desktop audio, or here's the audio from this signal. Let's duck that when I'm talking. It was probably something like that, and it was actually difficult to listen to.
Yeah.
Really difficult. And
Yeah, it was.
yeah, I think that he's trying to get Dumb Fuck of the Year. That's why JM Truth for Dumb Fuck of the Year.
Yeah, you see, I used to be all about Anthony Riley getting Dumb Fuck of the Year, but he's trying, so no, he's going to be runner-up again. I was kind of against him being a runner-up because, you know, everyone's saying it's like, well, he can't even win that, blah, 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 blah. I thought that was a bit weak, but now he's trying. Yes, absolutely. He should not win it.
Yeah, exactly. That's the main reason why he shouldn't get it, just purely because he's trying. And I personally, if I was on that panel, I would be putting forward a motion to actually remove him because he's clearly trying for it. I mean, that's the whole point of I can't. My kids are here. I can't actually say it. The DF. OTY.
Yeah. Now,
yeah. So just because of that, I think he should actually just be removed as a candidate. I really do.
Now,
JM Truth is just naturally dumb. You know, he makes claims and he clearly isn't. Even when he's called out of it that he's not what he says he is, he still carries on with it and expects people to believe it. I mean, that's dumb. That really is dumb. Let alone the fact that everything he says, everything he actually does, is all completely wrong. You know, he's just absolutely clear. I mean, that's the sole reason why, because he truly is the epitome of dumb to me. He really is, in my opinion, and that's what I've been pushing for him to win it.
Yeah, when it comes to shit, I've lost my train of thought.
Hold on, I'll be back in a sec.
Yeah, because I was going to say something about Anthony. Oh yeah, a lot of people have been saying about Anthony Riley is this whole video that he put out was just a ploy to get people not to vote for him, right? And I'm just thinking, well, if you believe he's really that stupid, do you think that he would be capable of reverse psychology?
No, I'm not. Well, you know, I suppose he could be trying to sort of reverse it. Maybe, I don't know, but but something tells me not. I think he, because I mean, if you look at the way he operates, like again with the thesis thing. And all the other things as well. He does a lot of everything for attention. Because, I mean, if you think about it, he doesn't monetize his channel. So if he's not monetizing his channel, what's he doing it for? And he's doing it for the attention. Do I think he's genuinely a flat Earth and he really believes that the Earth is flat? I'm not 100%. I sit on the fence about that. Sometimes I think he's a Poe, and sometimes I think he genuinely believes it. But more than anything else, I think he wants to be seen as somebody that is challenging the norm, in other words, the scientific norm, and he wants to be sort of seen as that kind of person that's really pushing forward new ideas and all that kind of stuff, and that's what he's in. I mean, he's failing really badly at it, but genuinely, I think that's what he's doing it is. But I'm just undecided as whether he really is a Poe or whether he, you know, he genuinely believes the Earth is flat. And at the moment, I'm not buying it, but you know, I couldn't be 100% certain. And there's certain other people that are definitely Poes. I'm like, oh blimey, I've forgotten his name now.
One person in the chat,
Oakley's a Poe, that's for sure, 100%.
Yeah. One person in the chat says, has anyone considered the reason Riley is pushing so hard for Dumb Fuck of the Year 2019 is because he knows that once he wins, he can never be nominated again? That is actually a possibility. That is a possibility. I think that he likes the attention, though. You know, that I think is pretty obvious when you look at some of the stuff that he's done. Like when it comes to him, I think he said that he wouldn't go on Fight the Flat Earth channel and debate him, and then he went on Fight the Flat Earth channel and debated him.
Sorry, I was away from my keyboard then. Who's that? Sorry, who are you talking about now?
I was just saying that I think Anthony Riley is doing a lot of these things for attention. Like, if you look at some of the stuff that he's done, like he said that he wouldn't go and fight the Flat. He said that he wouldn't go and fight the Flat Earth channel to debate him. Then he went on fight the Flat Earth channel to debate him.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. Yeah, without a doubt. No, he's doing it. He's doing it for general attention, without a shadow of a doubt. And I think he has that need to have some kind of attention.
Yeah.
I don't think he's a narcissist. Really. Oakley's a narcissist. Riley, I don't think is. He just craves that attention. He wants to be seen as somebody kind of special in some kind of way.
Yeah.
And this is his way of doing it. That's what I just think.
Just going to post a link in the chat to vote for JM Truth.
I mean, people are going to disagree with me, but actually, he comes out with a lot of crap. But when you actually talk to him, he's actually quite articulate, and I don't really think he's stupid. I think he actually isn't quite intelligent, because he does say some intelligent things at times. Okay, that might be wrong, but he articulates very well and he explains himself quite well. But again, just completely wrong and completely deluded. That's just what I think.
Yeah, like when reacting to Anthony Riley, So Anthony Riley was once featured on a YouTube channel that has 1 million subscribers, right?
All right. What was this channel then? What was that?
It was Soot House. It was the channel that was. Anyway, one of the things and I believe that they said this about Anthony Riley, is he sounds like he could be smart, but he isn't.
Yeah, I suppose you could be right. Yeah.
And technically it wasn't Anthony Riley that was featured, but it was more Anthony Riley in a debate against Rumpus.
Oh, Rumpus, right? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. and so one of the things, if I actually find that video, actually I can probably go. If I go here, go to here. Let's just go to my channel. Okay, where is it? Here it is. Pause. There we go. So yeah, one of the things that a lot of comments that I'm getting is Rumpus. One person says, someone actually listening on the whole debate. Everybody else, Rumpus.
Yeah, exactly.
Rumpus.
In any debate, all you're going to hear is Rumpus. That's the main voice you're going to hear all the time. I mean, he annoys everybody. He doesn't just annoy flat earthers and conspiracy theorists. He annoys a lot of people from our community as well, because he just doesn't listen. He complains when people talk over him, but he does exactly that all the time. And he will just shout and shout and shout. And literally, if you don't understand what he's talking about, he will really jump up and down in you and really criticizing you and call you all kinds of different names. And he just doesn't stop. It's hard to get him to stop talking. As soon just arrive, as soon as a Rumpus arrives at a debate, you just know you're not going to get a word in edgeways. And I think that's why he rubs a lot of people up the wrong way. Everybody.
Yeah. I initially, when I heard Rumpus, I heard him on Conspiracy Cats versus Nathan Oakley, right? Conspiracy Cats was Rumpus versus Nathan Oakley, and when it came to that, it was what was it? Yeah, so when it came to that, it was it sounded like Rumpus was getting talked over by Nathan Oakley, but it was only later that I found out that Rumpus was quite aggressive in his debating style. So is Nathan Oakley. I'm not excusing what Nathan Oakley does, but it's still rather annoying when someone's really aggressive in their debating style.
So Rumpus kind of met his match in that regard, then.
Yeah, people actually have compared him to Nathan Oakley.
Yeah, I could kind of understand why people would compare him in that way because he is very aggressive, and it just doesn't stop. He will not stop talking, and I think if Rumpus had Oakley's channel, I think he would do exactly what Oakley was doing. He would mute people and lower their volume for sure.
Yeah,
because he just loves that's the problem with Rumpus is he loves the sound of his own voice. And he is smart. Don't get me wrong. He's an intelligent guy. Absolutely, don't get me wrong. But he uses that intelligence in a very, very aggressive way. Very aggressive.
Yeah. Like when I debate people, I try not to mute people, right? Even if they're talking over me, I try not to mute people. Now, I do have a limit, at which point I'll go, actually, you know what, I'm going to mute you because you're not letting me get a word in edgewise. But most of the time, I try to avoid muting people if I can.
Yeah, I know. I've noticed that. You're too soft sometimes, I think.
A lot of people have said that I'm too soft.
Yeah, well, don't change though. Don't change. That's just who you are.
Yeah.
You know, it's your style. That's why people come to you, I think, because you're a lot, you're a lot more laid back, and you do allow your guests to talk. You know, you do get some hosts that I'm not going to name names, but you do get some hosts that will, because it's their channel, they're the ones that are going to talk. And actually, if I was a debating channel, I probably might do the same. To be fair, to be honest with you, I probably want to get most of the words in. But you know, people are just like that. But that's why I don't set up debates, things like that on my channel. You know, so
don't get me wrong. I do like getting my. I do like speaking. Right, speaking is one of my favorite activities. But it's just when it comes to people arguing. When I argue with people, I like to let them say what they have to say and then respond. Now, there are points in which I will try to interrupt because if someone's gish galloping me, then you have to interrupt, right?
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely, yeah.
But
also, you have to remember that one of the key points is like if you're going to interrupt someone, right, and present an argument and counter their argument, how do you really know that you're countering their argument because they haven't finished the sentence? You see, normally an argument is formulated with one statement and another statement, and then based on those two statements, there's a conclusion, right? It's as simple as that. If you're going to interrupt before they've managed to finish their second statement or managed to finish presenting their conclusion, then how do you know that what you're actually arguing?
Exactly.
Yeah, good point.
Exactly.
Good point.
Like,
actually,
when I went up against Right the Hand, I would go to ask him a question, which my whole argument had that question that was... I was going to use that question to go through the argument, but he would... Every time I went to ask that question, he would interrupt me, and eventually I just got tired of it and muted him. And then he left.
Yeah, but trouble is... Yeah, and then basically somebody like him will then use that as ammunition against you. Say, oh, you're trying to stifle me, you're muting me, you don't allow me to talk. You know, so they play the victim or, you know, play the martyr kind of thing, you know.
Yeah.
And that's just really, really freaking annoying. And he's a prime example of that. He's always been like that, Right the Hand. He will never allow you to actually say a whole long sentence and make a proper statement without interrupting you and telling you how he thinks you're wrong.
Yeah, but this is a long-standing tradition in these kind of debates, right? This goes back to the 60s with people like George Lincoln Rockwell. It's you go, oh come on, debate me, bro, unless you're a pussy, and then what they're doing is like, well, you go, no, I'm not going to debate you, and then they go, oh, they won't platform us, or you know, they're too scared, or when you do, they pull out these kind of tactics. And then claim victory. And it's like, well, no, you haven't really had a debate or anything. But this is a George Lincoln Rockwell playbook, essentially. And a lot of people will engage in those tactics, not even aware that these tactics actually stem from someone like that. And, well, most people won't really know who GLR is, but if you look into it, it's not someone you want to be associated with.
I like these self-victory proclamations after debates and things like that. You know,
One of the things that
I'll say no.
One of the things I've found with debates is quite often it is one of them things where each person will come out of a debate thinking that they've won. I've seen debates between people like, let's say, Sargon and Destiny, right? And Sargon and his audience will think that Sargon won. Destiny and his audience will think that Destiny won. Now, I do think, I have watched these debates, and I do think that Destiny did a much better job than Sargon. But then that could be my bias because I am more inclined to agree with Destiny than I am Sargon. So obviously I'm going to think someone like Destiny won that debate.
Yeah, I don't really sort of like when I listen to a debate, I don't really sort of say who won and who didn't. I kind of think to myself, well, okay, who
made the better
who got
points?
across their point? Yeah, who made the better points? And maybe sometimes if you got somebody who's really strong and made lots of different points and they came across really well, and the other person didn't really count it very well, you could probably say, well, okay, yeah, fair enough, the victory's on their side. But generally speaking, I've seen a lot of debates, even flat Earth debates, where it's not so much that the person arguing with the geocentric model is right or wrong, but it's just the way they presented it probably wasn't particularly strong. And they were right in what they were saying, but the flat earther then really countered particularly well, and you know, and you could sort of say, well, okay, maybe the flat earther won, but I try not to look at it like that. Yeah.
That's the issue with debates, right? Because debates are set up to do something, you know, they're set up to discuss things like, you know, subjective truth. You know, we're talking about philosophy, we're talking about politics, we're talking about, you know, all of these things. But then if you look at, you know, how it is generally judged, how a debate is lost or won, it is based on their debating tactics. And it's almost not even about the subject matter of the debate, who was right or who was wrong. It was about who did a better job at doing the arguments and everything. Yeah. And then you're kind of missing the point. But then you're conflated, you know, you've got another problem when you're talking about flat earth debates. You know, we're not debating subjective truth. No, you know, it's not that's a debate.
True. Yeah.
Let's not forget that it's not fucking flat. And
I mean, let's face it. You know, the whole all flat Earth debates. Really, the end game is to discredit the other person. That's the bottom line. That's if you want. Once you think about it, that's what it falls down to. And really, and also another objective, really, I think with most debates, at least I think it is anyway, is that really you're targeting what you're actually saying to people that are outside of the debate. So you might have people who are listening that might be sitting on the fence, they're really unsure about what the shape of the Earth is, that they might be persuaded one way or the other. That's really what it boils down to. But I mean, the most part, you're going there, you beat them. That's why most flat Earth debates are aggressive, because you're going in there and you're discrediting that person to make them look foolish. That's what most debates are. You get
that's what most debates are. So you can take the flat Earth out. That's just most debates, right?
Absolutely.
Because it's about winning the argument. It's not about being right.
Absolutely. I mean, that the prime example is politics. I mean, politics is purely subjective. Yeah. It's not. There's no real fact. Well, there's a certain amount of facts that you can use within a political debate, but it's completely subjective. So, and I've been in many political debates, both face to face, online, and on Facebook, and that's what your objective is. Your objective is to discredit that person and make them actually make their argument look weak, because what they're actually saying is not necessarily wrong. It's just that your argument needs to be that much stronger, and you try your best to actually dominate the argument. And that, you know, politics is a prime example of that.
Politics, I think, is actually politics can actually be very cancerous sometimes, I think.
Oh yeah, it's incredibly divisive. I mean, that's one of the reasons why I got out of it. It's got to the point it was getting horrendous. It really, and I've noticed a very sharp change in the last 10-15 years with politics. It's got really quite nasty, and people are getting quite personal and aggressive, and you know, after a while it sucks the life out of you. sucks the very soul out of you. It really, truly does. So it's one of the reasons why I wanted to do something a bit different.
Yeah, well,
I've been involved in politics pretty much a lot of my life, a lot of my adult life, and it wasn't an easy thing to step away from. It really wasn't. And at the moment, I'm really happy I'm not, because at the moment I'm hardly taking any notice of politics at all. I haven't got a clue what's going on, especially with Brexit. All I know is that
good. Just keep burying your head in the sand, because
I know it's sad, isn't it? But I'm kind of happier that way though, because all I know at the moment is that I know that the Tories won by quite a big margin. They've now got a majority of the House, and we've got an absolute clan for a prime minister, and that's all I know at the moment. That's it. I couldn't tell you anything else.
Yeah, I do try and keep up with politics. And honestly, the country that I'm probably behind in politics the most when it comes to politics, or when it comes to the countries that I actually care about politics in, the country that I'm actually probably behind on politics the most, because nothing interesting happens, is New Zealand.
I've heard that, yeah.
Like, nothing politically interesting happens here. Well, since we voted Labour, and nothing politically interesting happens here.
So it's just the same old crap every day then, basically.
Yeah. Like, the most recent thing that I found out about when it came to... okay, so there was one thing about... Apparently there's a committee on climate change that's being put together in New Zealand. But I also found out about that New Zealand is planning to plant 1 billion trees, right? And
every country is trying to do that at the moment.
Yeah. And
it's like the solution to everything. Oh, we'll solve the problem, plant trees.
Yeah, of course. Has anyone run the numbers on it? It's like, it's a nice idea, but it ain't gonna work.
Well, a lot of people... I'm just trying to think who it was. Like, someone made a point of why don't we plant a whole lot of trees, and I saw someone's response was to do with, if someone says that some economist thought that, actually I think I know where I saw this. I think I saw it in notes. Someone said that we should plant. One economist said that the cheapest solution would be to plant a whole lot of trees, right? And so we should just plant a whole lot of trees, and then. In the notes, I saw that... Maybe I shouldn't tell everyone. Because I think that was AB Science's notes. Sorry, the thing we were doing.
Basically, planting all the trees. It's a... Don't get me wrong, it's a good idea, and it has many huge benefits, but carbon offsets, not really.
Not gonna happen. No.
I mean, soil integrity, and those things that are very important. Yeah, absolutely there, but
it's not gonna reverse climate change.
Yeah, I think it's on average one tree per person per year of life.
Yeah, something like that.
And they are not allowed to die either.
But the thing is,
remember that tree when it dies.
I think with climate change has got to a point where it's kind of really too late, unless you do some, I mean, massively radical changes over a very, very short period of time. Then you might. But I think in the most part, I think most scientists agree with the deal with any of this kind of thing, that it's already too late, and our best option at the moment really is to start to adapt the environment. I think that's what we're gonna have to do. I think that's what it's come down to.
I know what we can do.
Try and reduce.
We can do chemtrails.
Well, that is the thing. I mean, geoengineering. It's it could very well be that we have to start taking the risks, right? And no, they're not going to be chemtrails, because that's a really fucking stupid way of doing geoengineering, considering all you need is a tank with lots of these chemicals, a helium balloon, and a really long garden hose. No need for a plane.
Well, what they're trying to get approved, and I actually see a way in which this could be done with minimal impact, right? Is they're trying to get approval or something to put salt up into the atmosphere. Oh, it's just...
They, right? Come on, you're saying they.
The lizard people.
Yeah.
It was these people that are... There's these certain researchers, I think, or at least I think it's from Harvard or something. Let me just quickly... I think it's something like... High altitude...
AB's behind it all anyway. He's one of the lizard people. We all know.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, I think I know what you're talking about. It's basically just cloud seeding. Take a ship, stick it on the ocean, and take a garden hose, and essentially pump the salt water up into the the sky.
Stratospheric aerosol injection.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and it's...
that's the garden hose. It's the garden hose on the helium balloon, but it's on top of a ship in the middle of the Pacific Ocean rather than on land. Essentially.
But the
really horribly
bottom line,
simplifying it.
The bottom line is with chemtrails is there's a very, very, very clear, obvious thing that people do not understand the difference between a contrail and a chemtrail. They really
definitely
don't.
Yeah.
I've had so many debates with people about this, and I've gone over and over and over and again, but you just cannot get it through to the mind that the trails you'll see across the sky of your city are not mind-controlling drugs. They're not even chemicals. They are contrails.
I wish there were mind-controlling drugs.
Then you have control. You know, what I've actually noticed about these contrail conspiracy theories, there's all kinds of different conspiracies. You've got some that believe that it literally is mind-controlled chemicals or nanobots. I've even heard nanobots and all the rest of it as well that they're spraying.
Nanobots, cool.
Yeah, I know. They are interesting.
Actually, no, not cool. That would completely invalidate everything I do for a living because they've already developed nanobots. My job is useless. No, not cool.
Okay.
No.
More nanobots. No, I'm joking. No. Then you got others that. What else is that? Oh yeah, the geoengineering. Well, geoengineering, as we know, is a thing. It does exist. But people are thinking that it's happening literally across the skies everywhere you turn and all the rest of it. And then you've got others that are saying that they're spraying chemicals in order to keep us sick in the most part. So you got the pharmaceutical and health companies are making a profit. You've got all kinds of theories above it, but it still boils down to the fact that they don't understand the difference between a contrail and a chemtrail and how it behaves and how it's created.
So the pharmaceutical companies, it's them sponsoring it to keep us sick, so we keep buying their products. But what about all the other companies who are probably far more powerful, like the oil and gas companies, who actually would want us quite healthy, so we keep traveling and buying their shit, and we keep working and producing money.
Well, maybe they're competing.
Producing value.
Yeah, maybe they're competing with each other in the skies then, perhaps. There's a battle going on, perhaps. There's another conspiracy. There you go.
It could very well be. But yeah, I mean, you have the pharmaceutical industry. It's big, but in the grand scheme of things, it's not that big.
No.
One thing that
because all these other companies that really don't want unhealthy workers, it's that kind of idea. It's like, oh, they're all trying to kill us, but they're trying to make money of us at the same time.
Yeah.
You can't make money off a dead person.
Going back to the chemtrails thing, right, and geoengineering, what if... Now, here's a new conspiracy for everyone. What if chemtrails... Or, no, not chemtrails. What if contrails are actually geoengineering things, but it's actually a side effect that no one's thought of yet? Well, people probably have thought of it and done research, but what if the geoengineering caused by contrails is a side effect due to planes doing something with water vapor?
Well, the contrails would, I suppose, in a way, they would change the albedo of the planet a little bit, so a little bit more sunlight is reflected. But at the same time, we're injected massive amounts of carbon dioxide and water vapor into the atmosphere, which is a greenhouse gas. So yeah, it is you know, the contrails, they are geoengineering and all the stuff that is in there, but it's not going in a favorable direction. Let's put it that way.
That was just a small conspiracy of the day.
I mean, you know, obviously the contrails consists of what is it? It's water vapor because of air pressure, plus the exhaust of the aircraft, right? And it only happens within certain atmospheric conditions. It has to be the right air pressure, right humidity, the right altitude, and all these kinds of different things have to come into play to create
absolutely.
them. So, you know, to have any impact, or even if those contrails were part of a global geoengineering thing, you would literally have to have so many more aircraft all doing it all at the same time to have even a tiny effect, I should imagine. I could be wrong. Maybe you can correct me on it, AB, but
No, you need a vast amount of them.
Yeah,
I mean,
absolutely.
tiny little. I mean, the geoengineering is like, if we're just talking about the water vapor and how that changes the albedo of the planet, we're talking about a tiny sliver of of water vapor over a relatively short distance, and it's gonna dissipate quite quickly. And no.
Exactly. Yeah. It's I mean, you know, the whole contrail thing kind of frustrates me a lot of way, because I mean, it's the same with any conspiracy. It all comes really from misinformation, from all sorts of angles, and also stems, I think, from education to a certain amount as well, and also from social media. I've said it before. I think social media plays a massive role in modern conspiracy theories at the moment, without a shadow of a doubt, because it's so much easier. I mean, you can make up any old crap on the internet, and if you get enough people to look at it, exactly, you can get people to actually believe what you're saying if you do it enough and put it in front of enough people at enough times. You know, what's that saying goes? A lie repeated often enough. I can't remember what the saying goes.
Becomes
a lie will travel 10 times around the world, or something like that, before the truth even has time to get us to have breakfast.
Exactly. Yeah, like exactly. I mean, that's you know, that's like they had the lights of you know, Nazi Germany, because Hitler just convinced the people that the Jews were, you know, the ills of the world. And he just kept repeating the lie, repeating a massive amount of propaganda, and people were just convinced of it, even without any evidence of it, you know. So, and that's just how lies propagate themselves, and it can become, you know, a major issue. It's just, you know, and that's how social media works, and that's I think that's the biggest downside of social media, but with any conspiracy.
One of the things when it comes to fake news, right, is that a lot of people are saying, oh, that's fake news, and they'll point to things that they don't agree with being fake news. You know, you see this with people, you see this when it comes to Trump supporters. They'll say, oh, CNN is fake news, and I'll admit that, you know, some of the news outlets that they point to aren't exactly the most trustworthy news outlets, you know, but there's a lot of fake news that comes out of these news outlets that they say are very truthful. Like, there's what's that Ben Shapiro, the Daily Wire, I think it is. You know, a lot of fake news comes out of that, surprising. Which would be surprising to a lot of people that are right-wing. And then there's when it comes to just about anything to do with conspiracies, that's also fake news, you know? The only conspiracy that I'd actually have to say that I might agree with in recent times would have to be the whole Epstein conspiracy.
I'm not too sure about the Epstein thing.
I can see. I'm not going to say that it definitely. I'm not going to say that he did. I'm not going to say that he definitely did kill himself, but I'm not going to say that he definitely didn't kill himself. There's.
Oh yeah, it's definitely not out of the realm of possibility that he was murdered. You know, that seems is perfectly viable, and I can, you know, understand that there are people with means and motive. And at the end of the day, he could potentially be incriminating some really powerful people, including a sitting president, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, it's definitely not out of the realm of possibility that he was murdered, but the arguments for saying no, he was definitely murdered because of this, because if he wasn't murdered, then this wouldn't happen. Then you actually realize that it's a really, really sad indictment on the American rehabilitation system. Is like, because just like he was put off suicide watch, that, you know, and all of those things. And it's like, yeah, that looks fishy. But then actually, if you look into the statistics, then you realize that this is horribly common, that people get taken off suicide watch and then kill themselves very quickly after that. CCTV was, you know, down. Like, yeah, it's also horribly common that happens. In the UK, we currently have one prison where there's no CCTV at all. You know, these are actually not that fishy. They're horribly common.
Yeah. I'm actually just going to add Sean Huppard as a moderator real quick. Because people are saying that I need more mods, apparently.
Yeah.
But yeah. When... as I said, there's definitely room either way for it. I think. I don't think it necessarily. I don't necessarily think that just because there are things that are suspicious about it, I don't necessarily think that means that there's a conspiracy around it. But at the same time, I can see that there is room for it to be conspiracy.
Yeah, there's definitely room for it, and you know that I'm not going to dismiss it out of hand because it's perfectly feasible. But the things that I've heard so far, I haven't really looked into it that much, but the things that I've heard so far that are supposedly suspicious are not that suspicious at all. They're just, yeah, terrifyingly common in the prison system, and it's a really sad indictment on the rehabilitation system in the West.
Yeah. When it comes to apparently a lot of people are saying about conspiracies in there. Maybe we should get them on. I'll probably actually just let you deal with them, maybe, because I'm not entirely sure about some of the info that they're saying. Like, they say Mr. Trump spent literally zero time with Epstein. It's like, I'm pretty sure I've seen a photo of Epstein and Trump.
Yeah, being quite close buddies. Now, I don't know. I mean, I'm not going to pick sides, right? And I believe, to be honest, I believe that...
Oh, go on, AB, I dare you. Go on.
I believe, and this is a false recollection, but I think the associations with the Clintons and Epstein were around the same time as Trump and Epstein. Actually, around the same time when Trump supported the Clintons, if I recall correctly.
Okay.
I'm not 100% sure. You see, I haven't really read into it that much. I'm going off vague memories here.
Oh shit! I just realised that when I try and put that over there, that I wasn't copying the link. I've got two browsers. I've got two different browsers open. Yeah,
how many tabs?
On this one on Firefox 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. On Google Chrome 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's on one window. On the other window, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on that window, and then I think it's just one on the last window. Yep. What's more important is the browser windows that you have open.
Mm-hmm.
Even if you are using...
I mean, how many tabs?
What?
How many tabs? And I'm not talking about just browser tabs, right? I'm talking about, tabs in your old-fashioned ring binder,
Yeah.
as you did in your video, tabs on your cans. How many bar tabs have you got open?
Yeah. You need to have all the tabs open. And actually, one thing that people didn't get, right, is at one point in my recent video, I wrote down 03506. Hold on. Okay, so 0350365 03530. And no, that is not my password. So don't try logging onto my accounts with it. Does anyone recognize that?
Sorry, what was the number?
035 0365 03530.
No idea.
Palindrome of some sort, but I can't visualize it right now.
Okay, let me just get something really quick. You'll know what it is when I get something.
Talking about conspiracies and that people have died shortly after
Here we go.
events and all the rest of it. And we were talking about, go on. Sorry, go on. Go ahead. Oh, that's what it's from.
Yep. It's the tab for that.
Yeah, unless you're a guitarist, you wouldn't really know.
Even people that probably know how to play guitar probably didn't pick up on it.
Yeah, I didn't pick up on it.
Yeah.
I was just say you're a guitarist, don't you? Anyway, I was just about to say about how when you're talking about people dying and you're talking about the guy Epstein and all the rest of it as well, and it just sort of shows you how quickly anybody can make a conspiracy about something. I don't know if you remember, AB probably would recognise him, Richard Feynman. So I've got the name right. He was a physicist.
Yeah.
And he was involved in all kinds of different things, the Manhattan Project and all kinds of different things, I believe.
He was a terror when he was on the Manhattan Project.
Oh, was he? All right, okay.
He used to crack into because he learned how to pick locks, and he used to crack into people's offices and take all the classified documents and hide them around.
Ooh, so that could
piss
be a
around
conspiracy on its own. Wow, okay. But anyway, he was actually put onto the investigation team for the Challenger disaster. But apparently he refused to sign the official investigation, because of things he was actually saying that were covered up to a greater extent by NASA about exactly what had actually happened and what was said and all the rest of it. But a year or so later, he died of cancer. Now, and basically this one guy, now what's his name, Ali B, decided that he was killed off. But things then when you asked him, well, how do you know? He had nothing, absolutely zero, apart from I said, so well, what you're doing is you're guessing. It's not even a theory, is it? It's a hypothesis. Just the fact that he died of cancer a year later, after the controversy of the Challenger disaster, that you've decided now that he was killed off with no evidence, nothing to support it, not even any circumstantial evidence apart from the fact that he died a year later. And you just get, it just sort of shows you how easy conspiracies can actually be started and spread, because from that people can build on all kinds of different things.
Well, as I joked about earlier, right? Birds are fake.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Exactly. For a short period of time, I doubt there still are any people who believe that shit, but people bought into that. And you got to remember that this was brought up by the guys who first fronted the conspiracy. They came out saying, no, we just got high and we thought it would be funny.
Okay, one thing I'm going to
exactly.
do is I'm going to address what's going on in the chat right now, because there's been a bit of a war between Blaze and Charisma, right? So one thing that I think is much better when it comes to arguing on these things, I don't like labels of socialism, and I don't like labels of socialism, communism, fascism, and all that kind of stuff. I can say that something. Sometimes it's okay to say that something's leaning towards socialism or fascism, but I don't like using those labels. The reason being is because sometimes these labels have very finicky definitions, right? And sometimes people get them wrong. So when it comes to socialism, you know, one person might say, I've talked to people, and I've actually made a joke saying about UBI and socialism. I said, you can't give your kids an allowance because that's basically socialism. If you want to teach them to hate socialism, if you want to teach them about socialism. And one person said, UBI isn't socialism, right? And I'm like, but there's people that I've talked to, and I say, do you think UBI would be a good idea? And they say, no, that's literally socialism. And it's like, well, fuck, you know, what is UBI socialism or is it not socialism? So I don't like arguing based on, okay, I'm a socialist, I think that authoritarian is, no, actually no. I'm an anarcho-syndicalist or whatever. I think that it's better to argue on policy.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. But the thing is, when you see these kinds of debates, right, Planet Walk, is that, particularly with politics, is that it's quite often it's a game of opposites, right? I know it might sound a bit basic, okay, because even if you don't say swing left or right in any kind of political spectrum, right, if you give an opinion on something, you're automatically given that label, and it needs to be the opposite of what you believe. Okay, so say for instance, if you might be quite conservative about a particular view, if somebody holds an opposite view to that, that person quite often will automatically say, well, then you're a socialist. Automatic, and it happens all the time in politics, all the freaking time, and I see it all the time. Every single day that I was involved in politics, particularly with people that are debating about it on social media, because quite often they're people that just come in and they just want to express an opinion, when actually they don't really understand what socialism is, or what conservatism is, or even what a Nazi is, or anything. All those extremes, they don't really understand what they actually are, but they just use exactly what you were talking about. They just use that label in order to put that person in the opposite box to them, so it makes them easier, so they can target them. That's really all it's about, and that's what's happening in the chat right now. Because they need to give that label to that person in order to identify who they are with the views of what they have. I mean, my politics was actually a bit strange. I might have voted one particular way, but my views, I had debates with all kinds of different people from every side of this political spectrum, because I had different viewpoints on different things, so they were quite mixed. So I frustrated a lot of kind of people, and I've literally been called anything from a Nazi to a communist.
Yeah, like
that's the thing,
and a liberal as well. You know, I couldn't win because I had so many different viewpoints on different things.
And that's the thing over this medium, right? You're sitting there in the chat box, and you reduce everything down to binary. It's dichotomous things like, either you're a heartless capitalist or you're an evil socialist, and it's like, well, that is a false dichotomy, because
Exactly.
You can be, for the most part, in favor of a capitalist system, and you can take on board socialist policies. Things like, if you're in the UK, it's like, you're a socialist, blah 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 blah. So if you don't want to be a socialist, and if you hate everything that's socialist, can you please stop using the NHS? Can you please stop taking advantage of the fact that, I don't know, in the Constitution, everyone is equal before the law? It's all of those things. And it's like, just because you subscribe to a particular socialist an idea which has socialist roots doesn't make you a socialist.
Well, and one person.
The Nazi Party had socialist policies.
Well, yeah, because they were national. They were
Yeah.
Nazi. You got to remember them.
Socialist.
Yeah. I mean, it was socialism as long as you were Aryan German.
One person
absolutely.
said, aren't communism and fascism both forms of socialism? And it's like, fascism and communism are very, very opposites of it.
I would disagree with that, because fascism sits outside of that spectrum.
But fascism seems like there's
fascism.
more, or at least it seems very close to monarch. Well, I forgot the particular term, or monarchy or something like that. That's what it seems like to me, at least. I might be wrong on that.
Yeah.
But communism seems more of a... communism, at least as described by quite a few people. And I get that and this is why arguing particular definitions are useless, because everyone, some people will have their own definitions of communism, saying that the USSR was communist, and then other people will say that communism actually hasn't ever been truly tried. And whilst they are correct on that, I think that the type of communism that they're arguing for is a pipe dream.
Yeah, I mean, communism, it is a pipe dream, because, right, these are the steps that you need to take to achieve communism, right? Because communism in itself is anarchic in a sense. There's no state.
Yeah.
Right? But the problem is that you need to move from a state to communism. And then you have the intermediate bit, and that's the communist state. And the problem is that you then set up an entire body, an entire administrative body, with the long-term goal of eliminating itself.
Well, communism, you see, communism wasn't really ever what I call a pure socialist ideal, not in its strictest sense, because communism still called for a state.
Well, no. Yeah, communism called for a state as intermediate, right? But the end goal is that there's no state. But the problem is that you have a state with it means that in the intermediate, you have to have a state which has the primary goal of eliminating itself.
Yeah, and that causes problems.
Yeah, so it's a contradiction in itself to a certain extent. Yeah, but I mean, I see.
Yeah,
I can't really argue against it.
As I say, I think
have been in communist. I have been in communist societies. I have been there, and it seemed to work all right. I wouldn't want to fucking live there, but it seems to work all right, because they all seem to be
I'm
having a wonderful time.
I'm personally for personally for a version of capitalism that is different to the current version that we've got right now.
Well, but that's the thing, and that's the thing, right? You can't have one or the other. As soon as you have one or the other, the whole thing falls apart. It just doesn't work. There must always be an interplay between the two.
Oh, hey, Bob the Science Guy.
Leo. Ironically, I'm going to have to refer to Karl Marx on this. And this is, before he wrote Das Kapital, or around the same time when he was big on the whole dialectics, right? And it's not necessarily about, about one or the other. It's just having that conversation, having that debate, and somewhere in the middle, you will find the best way forward. And that's what most Western countries live in, right? And people referring to Sweden and the Nordics as socialist states, and no, they're absolutely not. It's just that they've adopted a lot of policies which have socialist basis, but they're not socialist states. Come on.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. People say that as all the time about the Nordic countries as well. It's just not. Yeah, absolutely.
That's why I don't like arguing on the terms socialism or even democratic socialism or even social democracy and that stuff, because these things to different people mean different things. And, you know, some people think that social democracy or democratic socialist, right? They think that means, you know, far left commie, right? When it probably doesn't. Now, but to some people, it does. And so, you know, you got people that have all these different definitions which mean different things. And it's like, well, I just wanted to argue about fucking whether we should have socialized healthcare or not, or healthcare for all, you know.
Yeah.
And it's like, if you want,
well, that's the thing, isn't it? You know, you had in the UK recently, you had Jeremy Corbyn, and in the US, you've got Bernie Sanders, who are the democratic socialists, and it's a horrible label, and it's a horrible label they give themselves, especially in the countries in which they're running. But you know, they're talking about, oh, these are socialists, blah, 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 blah. If you look at their policies, they are in line with, oh, those really oppressive socialist republics like Germany, the Netherlands, Sweden, France, you know. Oh, God, oppressive states, and they're just like North Korea. Really? No.
Yeah.
They're not.
And I just want to say in the chat to both, and it seems that both Blaze and Charisma are arguing about socialism. I'm like, stop arguing about socialism, you know? Argue about policy points that would make, like, arguing whether socialism is good or bad, right? Doesn't really get you anywhere, especially when people will bring up things like, you know, someone might bring up Venezuela, right? And guess what? Both people will, both sides will say that Venezuela will support their point, because socialists will argue that Venezuela ran well until the oil crash. You know, they'll say that the problem with Venezuela is that they put their entire economy relied on oil, and so when that crashed, you know, whereas
there are many problems.
Yeah, and it's like,
well, that boils down to mismanagement. That's not really any due to any particular political ideal or not.
Yeah,
that's just pure, just mismanagement. Listen, I'm having a very late dinner tonight, so it's ready now. So I need to go and eat.
Okay, see you, casual.
Starve, so I will have to go.
Don't starve to death.
We'll catch you later.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, nice talking to you both. See you, Obi. See you, Planet One.
Yeah, cheers. See you later.
See you later. Bye.
Bye.
But yeah, the whole point, it's like you can't argue whether socialism is good or bad, because it is neither and it is both, right? And it's the same for whatever kind of extremist point, right? You can take Adam Smith's ideals of capitalism. You can say, yeah, it's good and it's bad, and it's bad and it's good, right? It has to be. You have to have the discussion and talk about it. As I said earlier about regulation in government, you have to have that discussion on the individual basis of different policies that you decide to put in place. And you have to have that discussion between the two worldviews and appreciate the fact that there is a spectrum. Yeah. And there are very few true capitalists. There are very true pure socialists out there.
Yeah,
most of the people kind of sit in between, right? And as long as you seek to, in these internet discussions or stuff like that, as long as you seek to kind of dismiss people as sitting in one camp or the other, and on the extreme left or the extreme right, you're either a Marxist or you're a Nazi. Then you're actually ignoring 98% of the population who sit somewhere around the middle going, it's like, oh, I don't know. I like a reasonably free market, but I also like single payer healthcare.
Yeah.
You know, I like state-owned healthcare and, you know, good state education and all of those things. I think they're a good thing. I like it when the government looks after the infrastructure upon which the private sector can function.
Like when it comes to things like the free market, right? You know, when it comes to the extremes of anarcho-capitalism, people saying that you know, we need to just banish the government altogether. It's like, well, you do realize that monopolies will form due to, like in New Zealand, we've actually got regulation to try and prevent monopolies from forming due to deals done between companies. And
yeah, most nations will have that.
yeah, and one of the things that I find is that no anarcho-capitalist ever addresses this, right? Quite often, when you bring up companies working together, they'll bring up a really strawman version of that argument. They'll say, well, you know, if there's two companies that are working together to have their price, you know, not put their price over or under a certain amount, then you'll just have another company come along and undercut them. And it's like, well, no, that's not what I'm even talking about. I'm talking about if two companies just say you create. I think this is actually used in an example used in the legislation of New Zealand, or at least if you go online, you can find it in something to do with New Zealand government. If you have butter, right? Just say you produce butter, you could make a deal with these. Well, if there was no regulation, you could make a deal with the supermarket that they sell your butter at the lowest price, and they hike up everyone else's butter to a certain amount, and you'll pay them a certain amount or something like that. Maybe your butter is the best butter, and it'll help them get an advantage over other supermarkets. And you'll give your butter exclusively to them, and they will sell your butter at a lowered price to undercut all the other suppliers. That would be a way in which you could work with another company to try and form a monopoly.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, monopolies form if you go too far in either direction. Monopolies form. It is simple as that. And it all comes down to no democratic oversight, right? Because as long as a company is, you know, only accountable to its shareholders, rather than also the regulation, which is informed by, you know, because an organization is, it's accountable to the shareholders, but there's also regulation in which they have to operate. Now, the regulation is set by the government, which in an ideal situation, of course, this is not really ideal in what we live in, but the government is accountable to the people. You go too far left, too far right, no longer will you have a government that's accountable to the people.
And Blaze Dust Dreamer says competition prevents that. You can only cut the butter so low without affecting the quality, and then people are going to pay more for better quality. The issue, though, is that when you if you've got a supplier that makes a special deal with a supermarket, right, and that allows that particular supermarket to get more of a monopoly on a particular product. Let's say that supermarket is the supermarket that everyone goes for butter because their butter is the best and they sell it at a particular price, a low price, right? The issue there is that to get into that market, you have to either try and work out a better deal that you can make with that supermarket in order to get your butter, sold there at a relatively price, or you have to or you have to go to another supermarket that's shopped at less frequently and sell your butter there. Now, most of the time, people aren't going to... Sometimes you may have one or two people that will go to the supermarket that's in competition with the main ones. But most of the time, people will go to the supermarket that is more convenient. The supermarket that they have gone to for ages, right? And
yeah, absolutely.
It's not going to work out like a lot of people think it will. Sure, there may be that competition there, but if you try and just say you try and sell it at the supermarket that that sells the butter really cheap, what's stopping that supermarket from hiking up your butter prices and stopping people from buying butter from you? So now you've got to make sure that there's another supermarket, and maybe there isn't another supermarket. Maybe this main supermarket has kicked out all the other supermarkets out of that area due to these kind of business tactics. It costs money for leases and all that. So, it's... A lot of these things aren't quite as simple as get rid of all regulation. And none of these things are as simple as have all the regulation either.
Well, that's the thing. And this is the competition argument, right? The consumer eventually makes the decision because it's a competitive marketplace. Yeah, but that is operating on the assumption that the consumer has equal access. Or, for example, in the butter case, like, yeah, you can sell your cheap shit butter, but the consumer will choose to choose for the higher quality, more expensive butter. What if the consumer is poor? Because, they work for one of these companies that undercut their prices just to gain market share. But to do that, they have to pay their workforce less, and therefore their workforce earn less than minimum wage, and they can't afford the high quality butter. And then you're in that situation, but you're also assuming that the consumer has equal access for a competitive marketplace, right? In the UK, for example, we've got privatized. We've got, I think it's a 50% publicly owned infrastructure for the rail network, but it is private companies that operate on these rail networks. And then you have to ask the question, why is this privatized? Well, that's good for competition, good for markets, better for the consumers. Like, well, no, actually it's not, because this whole competitive model assumes that the consumer have equal access to it and that the consumers have a choice, right? I cannot remember the last time I stood on a station where two trains of different companies rolled up to the platform and I thought, no, I'd go for that company instead because I prefer their service. It's like, no, I go to a station that is served by one particular rail company. Me as a consumer, I do not have choice. I do not have equal access to choose one company over the other. Where the competition bit comes in is where they bid to the government. And there's so little oversight on that. You end up being contracts being awarded to companies that demonstrably could never, ever possibly hold up their part of the bargain, but it is still awarded that way. But
that is probably a bad...
There's competition.
Probably a bad example because an ANCAP would say that without the government contracting things, that all you'd be able to get... that all have the right for service or something.
On every line. How is that going to work? Because you've got an infrastructure with limited capacity.
Or they'd say that they'd all be able to, each rail company would each be able to have its own service or something like that.
Well, not really, because then they would all have to operate on the same railway, and there's a finite capacity. And that's the issue, because then you're in a situation, it's like, okay, you've got a train and you've got to leave a certain amount of time between one train and the next train to run on the same track. So, okay, I need to be, let's say I live on the outskirts of London and I need to be in London Central at 8:30 so I can do the walk to my workplace. Now, that train that gets me to Waterloo at 8:30 That's got the advantage, and there you're removing the choice.
One thing that Blaze did say in chat, and they also said, will someone please tell me who's talking with Planet Walk? Now, he's thoughtful, and it's AB Science. He's also got a channel.
I do indeed.
He made an argument which he says, Planet Walk, free markets mean other supermarkets would crop up. And I don't necessarily think that's true. I think that what you're assuming is that there'd be people that would have enough money to form new supermarkets. And yes, it is possible that people would have enough money to form new supermarkets, but you've also got to consider, do these people that have enough money want to start up a new supermarket, right? I don't necessarily think that that is the case. But will the supermarket actually be competitively viable? And I think that in most cases where there's established businesses, new businesses aren't competitively viable. And I'm trying to. There's a particular example which I'd have, but I know that there's some examples that I have, but I can't for the love of God. Oh, take for example, vid.me. Anyone heard of that? Anyone remember that?
Yep. Yep.
That
mainly for dodgy video downloads. Yeah.
Yeah, that was an example of a service opening up to try and go against YouTube. They didn't last very long. I don't think that the free market will provide all the competition necessary to prevent monopolies, and especially not from the frame.
I think that's a bit of a stretch, because now you're saying it's like, oh well, there's one business and they had reasonable success, but in the end they could not compete, and therefore the free market doesn't work. Now, I think that's not right.
Well,
yeah, it is going to be hard to compete against the giant monopoly, and yeah, you've got YouTube, which is the monopoly. But to completely use that as an argument against the free market, it's a little bit. It's not quite right, because you don't entirely know the conditions on the which rate, because you've got these recommendation algorithms and stuff like that, and that's the main thing that makes YouTube so damn strong. But these things are not exactly black magic anymore. Well, they are quite black magic in the sense of we don't actually know how they work, but in essence, these things are accessible. Neural nets are accessible.
But I think that it would be very, in quite a few cases, especially when there's an established monopoly, right? If suddenly every government were to just shut down and everything was left up to anarcho-capitalism, I still think that most of the monopolies that we see around today will hold their monopolies for a while, because they've got such a large hold on the market. And I will admit that there are sometimes smaller things that crop up. Like I think BitChute is still going strong enough that it's a lot of people will use BitChute. Will use BitChute over YouTube, but I think that it's never going to. I don't think it's ever going to completely destabilize YouTube's hold on the market.
I don't think it's going to destabilize YouTube. I don't think YouTube is going to choke BitChute. It addresses a certain niche, right? And that is a particular niche that YouTube is not willing to address. So that's going to be fine, right? They're not going to overpower YouTube, no. But YouTube isn't going to choke them out, right? Because by all indication, it seems to be all right. And these are different niches, right? Because then you've got the argument of you can be the big generalist like YouTube, and you can be the big dominant player on the generic market, but then you can be a bit shoot, you can have a little bit more fringe content, or you can be like Twitch for, streaming games and stuff like that, and be far superior for that. And you can be specialist platforms. That's fine.
One person in the chat just said, telecom infrastructure is a better example. Here in I think that means Netherlands, the former monopolists is regulated, and it was to provide equal access to the wholesale access services. They own the infrastructure, and there is cost. So
but the telecom infrastructure, if I remember correctly, in the Netherlands, it's a little bit messed up. But I haven't really been keeping up with the developments, not having lived there for quite some time. But,
because there is cost to entry, but since the regulator sets the minimum price to consumers, the monopolists can't undercut newcomers.
Yeah. That seems right. I mean, the Dutch market is quite heavily regulated, and oh my god, what a socialist dystopia that is. One of the wealthiest countries in the world.
Yeah. As I said earlier, I think that there is good. I think that it's much better to, and I still see people are still arguing over things of socialism and fascism and whatever, and leftyism and conservatism in chat. The issue is particular policies, right? If I say, do you want planarism, AB Science? Do you want your country to adopt planarism?
What are your tenets of planarism?
I just want you to know if you want to adopt it.
Well, are we going to have to greet everyone by saying ahoy hoy every day?
Okay, that is one.
Every time I end an interaction, I'm going to have to go between you and me. Thank you for talking to me.
Okay,
is that a fundamental tenet, or am I deconstructing your channel a little bit too much?
That could possibly be a fundamental tenet.
Okay, fair enough. Well, I would say there's going to have to be a fundamental, it's going to have to be brought up to a public discussion. And, there has to be a public debate around this.
But, if I...
Are we going to go with ahoy hoy or hello? Are we going to stick with hello or ahoy hoy?
But the thing is...
there's going to be a referendum.
I brought up that point. The reason why I brought that up is because without defining planarism, right, nobody really knows what planarism is, and it does lend itself quite easy to strawman or the perceivement of strawman, because I can say, well, I'm not going to force you to say ahoy hoy. That's just what what everyone will be pressured to greet each other with by social pressure, Yeah.
But I suppose the point is, right, anyone who's 100% of people who are politically engaged will understand that there's a word called socialism. 100% of those people will have an opinion on what socialism is, and 100% of those people will be wrong. And the same goes for capitalism or communism or fucking anarchism, whatever, right? It's whatever you think that word means, it doesn't. There is no universally agreed on definition of that word.
Yeah.
So for you to then go and say, oh, you're saying this, you're straw manning my argument, it's like, no, actually, you're just not on the same wavelength of what it means. Can you define what it means first, and then come to, just for the sake of argument, an agreed definition?
Yeah.
And do not stray out of that definition, and then you can have a meaningful discussion. Because, yeah.
And the reason why I prefer to argue over policies rather than definitions is because policies, I find, tends to, regardless of what definitions you have of socialism, right? Regardless of if you think that socialism is basically USSR, or if you think that socialism is just a little bit left of what people currently have, then, you know, I think that when you argue over policy, you get a lot better results. You don't have to agree on what socialism is. Now, if someone argues against policy by saying, "Oh, that's socialism," and I've had people try to argue against certain policies by saying, "Isn't that just socialism?" I'm like,
yeah, but then you're straight away into the false dichotomy thing, and then you just go, well, no, and even if it is, is this particular limiting case to which this policy pertains to, is that maybe then worth going slightly more on the socialist side than the other side, right? You have to consider each individual policy. You can't consider it in isolation, but yeah, that's the thing,
And
there is a very strong neoliberal case for socialist policy, right? It absolutely makes sense.
Yeah, I don't think that it's a good idea to go. As I said earlier, I don't think that it's a good idea to go full. Workers own the workplace. I know that there's some people in the chat that would disagree on that, and you're more than welcome to come in and voice your disagreements. But I don't think that it's a good idea to go full workers own the workplace, because I just don't see how that would work. And I could be wrong. Yeah, it could work, but I just don't see it working.
I think that the workers need to have a greater stake in the workplace. I mean, if you're in a situation where the employee makes something that they'll never be able to afford themselves, then that gets problematic. Okay, the exclusion to that if the employee is in the business of making drones or tanks or ICBMs. Clearly, I don't want the employee to be able to buy that themselves. But
true.
I'm pretty sure that even the Second Amendment will frown on someone having an ICBM in the backyard. But if you're in a situation where employees cannot afford to buy the things that they produce, or at least a fair share of something they produce, then it's problematic. But as I said, there are limiting cases to that, clearly. I mean, if you're in the business of making diamond encrusted dildos, for example, I don't know, sorry, I just demonetized your channel, didn't I? Then okay. But
one person that I just want to say is someone in the chat voiced basically what I was saying. You can likely find some policy of any form of government that you would agree with. An idea can be right or wrong regardless of who supports it.
Yeah.
Oh, and Amy Hogan has a good point. I think the thing that scares me the most is not the right or the left, but those that want to make this country, USA, a theocracy. And that is pretty scary. I don't think that they're that close, but I mean, we did get Trump, and I mean, yeah, he has passed a few things. Didn't he make the person of education a religious fundamentalist who wants to give more funding to religious schools or something?
Yeah, but the thing is, there's a difference between that and, I mean, I find that a bit weird, especially considering some of the religious schools that are out there. But the US, by constitution, is a secular state. Right? It's, it's that separation of, what is it? Church and state?
Yeah.
So actually being a theocracy, it could be, I suppose, a theocracy by stealth, but
yeah, one of the issues that I find in America, and I find this really weird, is the whole separation. Is that even though there's a separation of church and state, and I have heard some arguments being made for this, is that churches don't pay taxes over there. And it's like, okay, if it's separation of church and state, then why don't churches pay taxes?
Yeah, that's something I'm not, fully able to reconcile. But the thing is, if you attach enough charitable work, then to your church, then I can get why there's the tax exempt status, right? Because but you have to be able to demonstrate that you have charitable parts in your
churches are taxes
in your mission
exempt.
statement, right?
So the question is, why are churches taxes exempt? That's what I want to know. As you said, it could be because they try to put charitable work in, but I think that I think that sometimes you can have that. Like, I know that quite a few tax exempt organisations are religious organisations, or quite a few tax exempt charities are religious organisations.
Yeah, I mean, I think you'll find in New Zealand, do you have separation of church and state?
I think we might. I'd actually have to look into a bit more of.
It is funny that in the country that has that written in the constitution, where you can definitely say that, and where religion is a big deal, and then in the countries where no one actually really gives a shit.
Actually, I just remembered.
Religion, is that still a thing?
I actually just remembered. Technically, we don't have separation of church and state, because if we did, there would not be blasphemy laws in New Zealand.
And I suppose, are you subject to the British Crown still?
I think we are.
Are you in the Commonwealth?
Yeah, we are. In
Yeah,
New Zealand
so,
blasphemy laws. Let me see. Open up a new tab. I opened up a new window. That's not what I wanted to do. The publishing of blasphemous libel was a crime in New Zealand under the Section 123 of the Crimes Act 1961, which allowed for imprisonment of up to 1 year. However, Section 123 protected all publications and opinion on any religious subject expressed in good faith and decent language against prosecution, and specified that prosecution may proceed only with the leave of the Attorney General. On 5th of March 2019, Parliament unanimously passed the Crimes Amendment Bill, which repealed Section 123 of the Crimes Act. Okay, I'm voting Labour next election.
So Philosopher of Nonsense just in the chat said no separation of church and state in the US either. Now, in fairness, no. In practice, there isn't, but in law, there is. It's the First Amendment.
Yeah, because
Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised, like, because the last time I looked into this was before the 5th of March, 2019. So, I'm glad I voted Labour last election, and I'm gonna vote Labour next election because that is a good thing. You see.
Oh yeah, and Amy Hogan in the chat says, yeah, you guys do have laws that were enacted that were religious based and not fact based. No, absolutely true. The ideal of the separation of church and state is although it is enshrined in law, in spirit and in practice, it doesn't work out because the religious groups have been able to establish such lobbying groups that all of that is essentially been bypassed because, how can you really prove that a particular bit of legislation became because of religious motivations or not? I can't remember the guy's name. I have to get back on that. But yeah, there's some big motivations and surprisingly recent political movements have gone through that, and it's mainly around the religious right and how that developed over the past 50 years or so. But yeah, so the churches have got a lot of political clout, but legally speaking, you still have a separation.
Simon York said only one prosecution of it in our history, and it wasn't successful. So,
sorry, Philosopher of Nonsense says that when presidents are compelled to swear upon a Bible, that is not a separation of church and state. This is incorrect. They are not compelled to swear upon a Bible. They are compelled to swear upon any text of their choosing. So if they decided to swear on, say,
the Quran,
Darwin's Origin of Species or the Quran, they are perfectly happy to do so, and you are expected to do so in, if I recall correctly, in any kind of legal proceedings, but it doesn't have to be a Bible. You just have to swear on something that you hold dear. Now, de facto, that has always become the Bible, and that's become kind of the norm, but again, that is not enshrined in law.
Yeah, I'm just going to try and find, there's a particular clip which I'm going to play, which it's hilarious.
And Andrew Stoll, yeah, clearly Obama used Anton LaVey's Satanic Bible, if you were to believe some of the conspirators. You can even swear on a copy of the Constitution if you'd like. I mean, to be honest, that seems like the most sensible bit of text to swear on, surely, considering the high, the importance that the Constitution is held in the US.
Okay, I found the clip.
Judge Moore has also said.
I'm just gonna bring it over. It's really funny. Especially, you can see the point at which his brain stops working.
The great enemy of writing.
I'm gonna be watching this on the delay, so yeah.
Yeah, I don't think I can share the audio through to you as well. So, let me just.
All right.
Yeah. Let me know if the volume is too loud or too quiet. I'll check how the volume is on the thing, but...
Has also said that he doesn't think a Muslim member of Congress should be allowed to be in Congress. Why? Under what provision of the
Because you
Constitution?
have to swear on the Bible. When you are before, I had to do it. I'm an elected official, 3 terms. I had to swear on a Bible. You have to swear on a Bible to be an elected official in the United States of America. He alleges that a Muslim cannot do that ethically, swearing on the Bible.
You don't actually have to swear on a Christian Bible. You can swear on anything, really. I don't know if you knew that. You can swear on a Jewish Bible.
Oh, no,
You can
I
swear
swore on the Bible. I've done it 3 times.
I'm sure
Jay.
you have. I'm sure you've picked a Bible, but the law is not that you have to swear on a Christian Bible. That is not the law. You don't know that? All right, Ted Crockett with
I
the
don't know. I know that Donald Trump did it when we made him president.
Because he's Christian and he picked it. That's what he wanted to. That's what he wanted to swear in on. Ted Crockett with the More campaign. Good luck tonight. Thank you so much for being here. My panel will react when we
Merry
get back.
Christmas, Jay.
Thank you, sir.
So, yeah, that.
Yeah, I do record that clip.
That's absolutely hilarious. You can actually see the point at which he's just speechless.
Yeah.
His brain is broken. And Benderlight says, the lack of intelligence in our government is astounding. I will agree.
Well, that's the problem, isn't it, with politicians, isn't it? Because, you know, it takes a particularly fucked up kind of individuals to actually, you know, become an elected representative. Because I suppose at the end of the day, your end goal is becoming the president or the prime minister. Gotta be pretty fucked up to have that as a desire. But also, it also means that it's like, well, if you're really good at your job, that means you're really good at it. Just stay in your job, unless it's fucking dead end. But seriously, politics.
Yeah, politics.
I don't understand the mindset of why someone would want to get into politics.
Well, we need politicians, right? The issue with a lot of it is that politicians aren't really. Just trying to word this. Politicians aren't necessarily. Haven't necessarily gone through training or anything to be politicians, or haven't. Like, Donald Trump. What political. Did he go to some sort of political school or anything? I don't necessarily think so. Like, Donald Trump...
But a political school would be a bad idea, because that's fundamentally against the idea of democracy, isn't it? But Donald Trump, no experience in politics, and you know, he's got experience in business. He wasn't, you know, he was pretty bad at that as well. The only reason he hasn't completely failed is because of just the sheer amount of wealth that was made available to him. And it's really, really hard to lose that much money. Now, the issue is you know, politics school and stuff like that, that's fundamentally opposed to the idea of, you know, democracy. But with Trump, it's he comes in as being a non-politician, and that was his appeal. And he was going to drain the swamp and get rid of all the lobbyists and stuff like that. Ironically, I believe he's actually brought in more lobbyists and stuff like that. And that swamp is fuller than ever. But the problem is that he approaches it with that supposedly refreshing mindset, as if he's going to run the country like a business. And you can't run a country like a business. Just doesn't work.
It's too complex.
Yeah,
it's precisely.
It's like if
countries are a little bit more complicated than a business which maybe has 10,000 employees.
Yeah,
it's
AV science. Take the geography of North America and place it over Europe. That's one big fucking country.
Yeah, it's big.
It's also like if I say, "Oh, I'm gonna run a business like I run my YouTube channel," you know, that's not gonna work very well. I'll probably go bankrupt within a week.
YouTube channel like a country. No, you just gotta take out loans and go in debt and always say, "Yeah, I'll pay it back. You'll be fine."
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's how how national debt works, and that props up our pensions, doesn't it? So, yeah.
I don't fucking know.
I think that.
Anyway, I'll be back in a
As long
moment.
as I have a roof over my head, I'm fine for now. I don't have enough money to have any influence in this government. Fuck.
Back in a sec.
I'm just a programmer. It's too lazy to finish projects. Where am I going? Fuck.
Someone says, "You mean your YouTube channel isn't successful?" I mean, it's relatively successful compared to, I don't know. I'm just trying to think. Like, compared to some gaming, compared to a lot of YouTube channels that I've seen in the past when I was doing gaming.
Yeah, I like Brute Force.
Compared to YouTube channels like The Dark Wall, just say, yeah, it's relatively successful. But compared to, like, I think there's about 1 million YouTube channels that have more views than mine. I think there's about 1 million YouTube channels that have more subscribers than mine. I think there's about probably 500,000 channels that have more views and subscribers than mine. It can be a lot more successful. I know that there's definitely 1,000 YouTube channels in New Zealand alone that have more views and subscribers than mine. You know, so it can definitely be more successful. Like if I go to Social Blade, socialblade.com.
My apologies for talking already.
Here we go, and we'll go Planner Walk. It's been ages since I've searched Planner Walk on Social Blade, so there's the live chat. There we go. So 1 millionth 600 Social Blade rank, 1,244,000 subscriber rank. One day I'll be in the top million. One day. 1,000th country rank. Oh, I'm not too bad on the country rank actually. I thought there'd be a lot more than 1,000. I knew that there was definitely 1,000.
I'm curious. If it's
178
like cameras audio,
entertainment rank. You know. So, you know. I like how I've got 1,000 views a day.
Oh, cool.
But that's probably also influenced by when I got a whole lot of views. So, you know. It fluctuates from month to month. That's the unfortunate thing. Is that a lot of these things they do fluctuate. So, you know, I might get... Oh, Team Skeptic has no wrench. Let's give Team Skeptic a wrench. How's it going, team? So, yeah, you've got... Like... It does fluctuate. So, you know, it's... when the December things come in, it's probably going to be, like, way down here. You know... And it is very difficult to get consistency. Consistency is probably one of the most difficult things when it comes to YouTube. I think I've wrenched Team Skeptic. Yeah, he's a moderator now.
Oh. You have me confused with Skeptic or...
What do you mean?
Because there's Team Skeptic and then there's Naruto Headband Skeptic. There's a Flat Earth and a non-Flat Earth. I get mixed all the time.
There's...
Or is it just one?
Not to rag on Team Skeptic, but there's a lot of kind of people that use the word skeptic in their YouTube channel name. So
Okay.
it is. So
And
it
they're
is-
very rarely skeptics.
But
Just
are they
like, you know, the
skeptics?
Truth Channel.
Yeah.
Like, I think it depends where you look. If you look into Flat Earth YouTube, yeah, you'll find a whole lot of people that have the word skeptic in their name, like Globe Skeptic, like Team Skeptic,
Oh.
you know, like those people who aren't really skeptics. I'm kidding about Team Skeptic, of course, but they think they are, right? And it's like, no, you're just being skeptical to one position. That's not really a skeptic. Whereas you have people...
No, because within the language of philosophy, being a skeptic actually requires you putting some thought into it.
But when it comes to some people like genetically modified skeptic, right? You know, they definitely are deserving of the title skeptic. Even cosmic skeptic, you know. What other skeptics do you have? Just trying to think. So you got genetically modified skeptic, cosmic skeptic. I can't actually remember any of the other ones.
Just searching for YouTube creators named Gamer something.
Oh yeah, I can search skeptic. Okay, what YouTube? Oh, we've got a YouTube channel with that's literally called Skeptic, but with a C, and it says, "Welcome to Skeptic's channel. I'm a 14-year-old content creator and pro player for Luminosity," and they've got 1.39 million subscribers.
What? What am I doing with my life?
I don't know. Like, that's definitely not. Okay, so
Clearly, Minecraft isn't working for me.
oh, you've got Armored Skeptic.
Ooh, hefty.
Who?
He's the one with the... No, he's not. All right. No.
You've got a channel called Skeptic that says this channel is hosted by the Skeptic Society, a non-profit scientific and educational mission organization whose mission is yada yada. We've got Skeptic with his... Okay, after the Cosmic Skeptic, you really have nothing interesting. You got Skeptic with like 28 videos, and I can't even read what it's saying. Then you've got some guy called Team Skeptic with 22.8 thousand subscribers and 117 videos. At least
Who's this Team Skeptic guy?
Yeah,
Never heard of him.
at least he shows his sub count, unlike the person before him. Or it could be...
Must be embarrassed.
And it looks like he's got a mullet here, so, you know.
Oh no.
Then you got the beardly...
Oh no.
Then you got the beardly skeptic, who has 144 subscribers and 12 videos. Oh jeez. Oh jeez. I think I've found his about to enlighten the world with the ideas of human prosperity, volunteerism, peaceful exchange, free trade, anarchy, capitalism, economics, and morality.
What? How can you have all those?
All right, fine, people. I'm going to have to shuffle off.
The Wild West.
Then you got Shoe and Skeptic, the Skeptic Theory, Skeptic Scholar, Skeptic,
Skeptic.
Ari Shafir? What? Why does that come up when I search Skeptic?
Because he's a skeptic.
Maybe. I don't...
Skeptic Society. Did you know this?
Yeah, I don't get it.
Oh.
Yeah. Anyway, you have fun, AB Skeptic.
AB Skeptic. I'll be AB Skeptic from here on.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. I'm going to
I'll
shoot
be
you off.
Brute
You all have a
Skeptic.
good night, and we'll catch you later.
All right, see ya.
Laters.
So, I'm just wondering.
Just me and you now.
When I say dick, does it sound like I say duck? That's...
No. Are you saying deck or dick?
Okay. So,
Are you a dick or are you a deck? Like,
so I was...
can I walk on you? Or would you prefer not to be walked on?
So I was saying dick, because I know that when I say dick, it sounds like dick. But I want to know if when I say dick, does it sound like duck? Like when we say when we say fish,
Yes.
like when we say fish and chips, apparently it sounds like we're saying fush and chups. So
No, you're saying fish and chips. I don't know who gets that, but like when you say dick, it sounds like deck, and when you say, I'm not sure. You're having me very confused. I'm not sure which one you're meaning at first. My brain can only take so much of this.
yeah,
I don't have a big brain, sir.
you don't have a big dick either.
Not at all. I mean, what's the size of yours? 204, 250? I usually keep mine around a safe 60.
I mean, mine's 40, so you know. Anyway,
That's illegal.
no, it's not.
60
Not in.
minimum.
Not in. One person says dick doesn't sound like duck. Okay, so it must be only some people, because I know that some people, when a lot of New Zealanders say fish and chips, a lot of people say, "Oh, you mean fish and chips?"
What are they, from New England?
It must be like we've got certain dialects here in New Zealand, and it really depends.
It must be the fish and chops. Okay. Would you like some fish and chops, my sir, my lad? Fish and chops.
Yeah, these are the real these are the real debates.
These are the real questions, real answers, real problems.
Yeah, I don't have an accent. Everyone else
Yes,
has
you
an
do.
accent. It's not me that has an
Bingo.
accent.
You finally figured it out. Oh, did you see The Rise of Skywalker, by the way?
I haven't seen any of the Star Wars movies.
Well, you need to.
You see, if I went and saw one of the new Star Wars movies, I'd have no Star Wars movies to compare it to.
Well, then watch the originals. Listen, watch them in release order. You got like 5 years ahead of you. Then you'll be up. Then you'll be up with it. You'll have the Clone Wars down. You'll have all the movies, even like even the Christmas special. We gotta make you watch that someday.
So the Monk 72 says only South Islanders say fush and chups. But the thing is, I'm a South Islander, right? I thought it was more of a North Islander thing. The accent is strongest near Wellington? Possibly. Apparently, like certain places, you got different accents. Like, apparently the Jaffas have one accent. Apparently, everyone else has a different accent. And apparently, I think it was probably a scale, right? Apparently, like way down south, you've got people that roll their R's, right? And apparently, in Auckland, you got like you got quite a bit of an accent there, and so yeah, I can actually see that. Maybe it's scale. The closer to Wellington you are, the more you.
I noticed scallops. That sounds like scallops.
You haven't.
For some Welsh people that pronounce it. So Wales is a strange country.
You haven't seen
I
Star
think I
Wars?
have one.
No, I haven't
You
seen
call it-
Star Wars.
You call
Holds up
yourself
a
a nerd.
Holds up a Star Wars cup.
I'm actually drinking out of one right now.
Incorrect. Lower Hutt has the strongest accent. What about Upper Hutt? And I just realized you did a space comma. Congratulations, Steinfeld Death. Invercargill. Invercargill. I actually met someone who could really roll their R's. They were from South Africa. And they...
Roll the R's.
Yeah. It's like, I've never heard anybody native to New Zealand roll their R's like that.
It's easy. I don't know.
Here's one thing, right? I don't know if you I don't know if you agree, but immigration. I think immigration is possibly a good thing.
It's a very good thing economically. Culturally, the people in your own country will have to sort of adjust to different cultures, pushing into your melting pot.
Well,
and that's okay.
Yeah, I don't think that culturally there is a bad thing about immigration. I think that immigration culturally is actually probably good.
It's probably better because you create new cultures by mixing the cultures.
Yeah, like I love going to sushi places, and no white person ever starts up a sushi restaurant. At least not from what I've seen. There might be a few white people there, but you need
Ramsay.
you
need
a
sushi place.
Yeah, you need Asian people to start up sushi restaurants. I'm not convinced that every sushi restaurant is Japanese. But I'm pretty sure most of them are Asian, at least from what I've seen. We might have a few chains that are corporate owned that might be owned by white people, but that would be that'd probably be more of a corporate exception rather than I'm pretty sure there's places like Bento Sushi or something like that will be owned by white people. But
have a bento box.
Most, yeah, like the Monk 72 says, cultural blending is good. Insular communities are bad, and I can't really find a good argument against the cultural argument of letting if we have sushi in a Chinese restaurant, yeah, like that's why I say Asian restaurants because that's because I say you need Asian people to open sushi restaurants because as I said, I'm not convinced that every sushi place is owned by Japanese people.
Nah, but most of them are owned by I was thinking Chinese places. My bad. A lot of Chinese restaurants are owned by Chinese people in America.
Yeah, And Andrew Stoll, you've got a good point. I do not know one person against immigration. I do not know anyone that is for illegal immigration. Exactly. I'm not...
Yeah, the only people I know that are against immigration are afraid. Oh, the language barriers. Oh, I have to learn.
Yeah. Now,
They'll learn English. You'll be fine. English is the most dominant language in the world.
Well, I do think that if you are going to a country where that is predominantly English speaking, that you should learn English. But the same thing is if you are going to a country that has a predominant language that isn't English, you should learn that language that you're going to. Like if you're going to Japan, you should at least try to learn some Japanese.
Yep.
If you're
trying to go there this fall.
If you want to go to China, you should learn some either Mandarin or Cantonese. If you're
ni hao. May here.
If we had no immigration in New Zealand, we would have no construction sector. Good point. Yeah, and there is a lot of the argument with Brexit is, we don't want immigrants coming into the UK, and it's like, immigration can be good. Like they say, immigrants, just lounge around on welfare.
I'll be listening.
Yeah, so people say that immigrants lounge around all day on welfare, or they say that they're stealing all the jobs, right? Now, I don't think that they're necessarily wrong when they say that immigrants are taking the jobs, but if you're working a job that can easily be taken over by an immigrant, I mean, I just want to know what kind of job you're working, because if your job is easily taken over by a, let me be more.
It's got to be a low-skilled job if someone that can barely speak your country's native language takes it. I'm just saying.
Yeah,
You shouldn't be doing it.
I will be more specific. I'll be more specific to low-skilled immigrants, because you do have high-skilled immigrants that come in and and take jobs, maybe a high-skilled immigrant comes and takes a programming job. But that means that if you've got a high-skilled immigrant that comes and takes a programming job, it's better that they're in your country than in another country, because that's more economically advantageous to your country. I think that Charisma says, "Hey, Plan Walk, care to have another person?" Sure, come in.
Come in with your pants down, sir.
I don't know why you want his pants down.
Reasons.
So yeah, like illegal immigration. Yeah. Well, actually, I think that also kind of depends. Like this. Yeah, like as the Funkadelic fan says, Brexit was totally about immigration. It seems that a lot of it was about immigration. They didn't want people from the EU because apparently some of the policies about the EU is letting free flow between countries, or free pass between countries. And let me just bring Charisma in. Ahoy, hoy, Charisma. I don't know if he's got his mic set up. But yeah, generally immigration, I think, is good. There are some negative impacts that it can have, but I think that it's that your objective should be to try and, when it comes to impacts of immigration, try and minimize the negative impacts, I think would be the good idea. I don't know if Charisma can... Oh, I saw his icon light up.
Yeah, I can hear you, but for some reason I get pretty bad lag.
Okay, he's got really musical voices.
Okay, there we go. For some reason I'm getting bad lag on my... It might be my fault.
Let me see where the server is.
Have you tried unplugging it and plugging it back in?
There we go, I can hear y'all. I hear y'all now.
Okay, I'm just checking this. I'm just checking where the server is located, because sometimes it might be like, oh, it's located in the Ow. Okay, I don't know what happened there.
Oh shit! Sorry. Sorry, that was my ladder. I have a electric ladder.
God, that felt good.
Sorry.
A what?
Sorry, next time I'll mute it.
An electric what?
Lighter.
Oh, an electric lighter. Oh, okay. For a second, I thought you said something like an electric vibrator, and I'm like, what? I don't know. I don't want to know what you're doing there.
No. Where did you find my toy?
Huh. Apparently, I have the badge of wisdom from creating my account at least 5 years ago. I also have the badge of uploading.
I forgot to turn off my voice harmonized server because I'm running it for another thing.
Okay, so Charisma, just wanting to know, what is your opinion on immigration?
Immigration? Let anyone in if they'll learn the language for one. If you look at the Constitution of any other country, they only allow immigration if they can speak the language. And as America is unfortunately predominantly English speaking, they got to learn at least a little bit of English in order to survive.
Oh, one person in the chat said that the majority of immigrants overstay from their visas, and yeah, that was the vast majority of illegal immigrants are just overstayed visas.
But now we've hit a point in our technology where getting access to a device that allows you to translate directly from your own language into another language is pretty easy to get nowadays.
Yeah, but it's still kind of shoddy.
Yeah, it takes a couple seconds to work, but as automation rolls out, eventually we'll hit a nexus where it's instantaneous and it's almost always perfect.
I do think that there is definitely some language barriers are definitely something that is very hard to work around.
Well, it's funny because Google Translate is already writing its own language. Google Translate has its own language that it uses to translate from one language to another.
Okay.
And, yeah.
That's rather interesting, actually.
We're hitting. Yeah, Google Translate has its own language that it developed because it was being translated from and didn't foresee it translating from and to and from. Either way.
One person says
That's pretty cool.
Automatic translation fails hard on idiomatic speech and yard. There are some idioms that, or some things that you might say, which.
Yeah.
Like if
there's a lot of.
Let me say this. Statement that is actually one that's particular to New Zealand. So, if I say "sweet as," what do you take from that?
Say it again.
Sweet as.
Sweet as. I honestly wouldn't know unless I knew the context in which you said it.
Just say you say, oh, I'll get you, I'll get something to you on Thursday, and I go, oh, sweet as.
Awesome, nice, cool.
I've had a lot of people, Americans in particular, go, wait, what do you even mean, sweet as?
Now, if you said that in that context, I would know exactly what you're saying because context means everything.
Yeah.
If you given that to me without the context and you just told me, no, I'm not going to give you context, go ahead and try to decipher what I'm trying to say. Be like, yeah, that'd be just like me trying to translate some document where I don't even know the language.
You
always have to have context.
But there's a lot of things like. If I were to say someone, here's a good example. If I were to say something, pot calling the kettle black, right? Now, on its own, it's like, okay, I don't know what that means. As a way of,
I think your best bet would be going with the Star Trek Next Generation episode, the Sons of, I can't remember the name of that episode.
Yeah,
it's the one where they have to those people who speak in idioms.
Like when you say the pot calling the kettle black, now generally pots aren't even black these days, so it's like, okay, you got to have historical context back to when pots were black, and to when kettles were black, because sometimes kettles these days are actually silver. So
I'm saying Juliet on her balcony. What would that mean to you?
Juliet on her balcony. It would mean. I actually have no idea what that would mean. Like, I'm just picturing a person.
A woman in waiting. It basically a woman in waiting, like waiting for her man to come, basically waiting for her Romeo.
Yeah. So you try and if you try and translate that literally.
Yeah, that would be impossible to translate because. Yeah. The Japanese have a lot of idioms that do not translate well into any other language. They're actually they're the one best example of that, actually, because they have a lot of idioms.
Problem
tried to watch
is, I don't
anime,
know a lot of Japanese, so I wouldn't be able to tell you any of those idioms.
if you tried to watch the anime though, there's one anime that really shows you that exact thing. It's Azumanga Daioh. It's
Okay.
nothing but Japanese jokes where they tried to translate. They have tried to translate it literally in English, and they can't.
Okay.
It's impossible. It's impossible to translate those jokes in English. So they substituted English jokes because they couldn't do it.
Yeah. There are a lot of things like that, and that is a problem with translation, right? So if there's jokes in English which only work well in English, they don't work well in another language, because I actually want to see the Undertale Japanese translation. I want to see what that is, because in one part of Undertale, Sans says, "I've gotten a ton of work done today. A skeleton." Ba-dum.
Oh god!
You know,
Seeing that in Japanese would be. I would love to see it in Japanese and then retranslated it into English.
Jumping back to the immigration thing, actually, it's like kind of shown in America, immigrants produce, like, they create the most jobs. Actually, they start the most businesses.
Actually,
yeah, they do.
I'm not sure if I should mention this,
or at least a bit.
but actually, I've worked out a way to mention it without doxing anyone. When it comes to, I've heard of immigrants that created 100 jobs. Like, one immigrant created 100 jobs. At least I think that's right. Let me just go to.
I know there was one immigrant that recently, within the past couple of years, he'd started his own business and was doing really well, but then he was deported because of Trump's new restrictive laws. He has been here for, I think, 25 years. 25 years.
The building the wall thing is absolutely stupid. I don't.
Yeah.
It's
fucking retarded.
Yeah, because most of the illegals come on legal work visas and they fly over, and on the B side to that, it's Jesus Christ, they're stupid. The fucking statistics are on our government websites and shit. Like, their censuses taken.
And if you wanted to, if you want to,
the wall is a symbol of cowardice.
But if you want to stop illegal immigrants from coming through the border, it's like, well, they're not going to, like, building a wall isn't going to stop them. You know, there's a thing called tunnels. You know, and aren't they just pushing? Oh yeah, there's also boats.
They can just go around it.
Yeah. It's like okay.
Because you can't. Because someone actually told me once that why don't they, if there's going to be boats going that route from Texas, Mexico over to California, why don't they mine the area? I'm like, so you want to blow people up in response to a misdemeanor? Okay, let's put landmines in the middle of the road so you can't walk across the road.
Yeah.
But
beautiful.
One of the things is also, like, if you really want to stop all immigrants, if you really want to stop all immigrants from illegally coming in, what the US just needs to do is put a dome over their country. You know, like in The Simpsons. That will stop all immigrants from coming in.
Great idea. Great idea.
That'd be a really heavy one, too.
Well, see, you couldn't even do that because most of our landlines go.
Of course, that's how we'd get out.
We've got lines that go across the sea over, to Europe from America. That will completely wipe out telecommunications for so many countries.
Well, what we've got to do is actually, You'd have to not just build a dome, but make it an entire bubble.
Yeah.
Like,
And again, you wipe out telecommunications.
we can't let illegal information into the country either.
How about this? We'll build a small wall around the White House, preferably when everybody's in it.
Yeah, one person said one immigrant can create tens of thousands of jobs. Just has to be the right guy to do it. And I'll agree. You know, if you got just say an immigrant I'm not gonna argue that, you know, fucking some random dude crossing the border from Mexico to Americas. I don't argue that person's going to create any jobs himself. You know, he may increase the demand for certain jobs and things like retail, because, you know, you've got one more person there to give services to. But I don't think he's going to create 100 jobs himself, right?
Well, that's the thing.
Yeah. There's a higher possibility.
He could, given time, build that company up and, you know, slowly but surely add new employees to its rosters until you are a company that hires 100 people. But then again, those take forever to go on. Those take forever to advance. Like, what? Yeah.
One person says, no country, no borders, no justice, no peace, fuck the police. I disagree on some of that.
Damn.
I think that...
Goddamn.
I think that countries, yeah, we could probably get rid of countries and borders. That would need a lot of changes. So I think that's kind of a pipe dream at this point. No justice. Well, fuck. That's
world government, new world order.
I
spread my seed.
I think that the justice system, at least in the US, needs serious reforms to be done to it.
Yes.
But
Trump right now is getting a blowjob during his impeachment by Republicans. Clinton got impeached by Republicans for getting a blowjob.
The thing is, for Republicans right now, you don't deep throat the poo. You lick it. You don't deep throat it.
He is deep throating it though.
He's not going to get impeached, though. Really, he won't get impeached.
No, he's not going to be, but he'll be known impeached because the House. That's half the process of impeachments. You're considered impeached, but you're still in the government and you're still living in the White House.
The
Senate, you're not evicted from your White House, is what it is.
The Senate will probably acquit.
Yeah,
I have an idea what's going to happen. Nancy Pelosi is going to hold the vote until after the election, when the Senate will most likely be housed by mainly Democrats, and then they're going to vote between diet.
Well, the also thing is that many Democrats and a few Republicans actually believe that the trial in the Senate is going to be an unfair trial.
And then there's
of course they do.
They might do a blind vote, a secret ballot vote.
I'd have to agree, because the judge over there said that he already knows the result. How do you already know the result when you haven't even had the vote cast yet?
Yeah.
That's kind of wrong on his end for even saying that, and it kind of makes it untrustworthy.
One thing that pisses me off the most is Lindsey Graham. Whenever, I'm sure y'all have already seen the videos of when he was talking about impeachment for Bill Clinton.
Oh yeah, that's the guy that said that. That's the guy that said, "Oh, Republicans would vote to impeach a Republican president," didn't he?
Because actually, Clinton was impeached by Republicans for a blowjob. But the fact was the Senate was controlled by Democrats back then, and they stopped it. But he was still known for being impeached. A lot of people don't fucking remember that.
Yeah. He was
dull.
impeached.
He's known for being impeached.
Here's a question.
The House back then was majority Republican.
Here's my question. Why was Bill Clinton impeached for a blowjob?
He wasn't. He was impeached for perjury.
Because he denied it in front of the public, wasn't it?
That was a short story of it, but a lot of the back then, I would see basically it was a lot of it pushing the American people to see it as for basically cheating on America's fucking waifu.
Okay.
It's like he cheats on America's waifu. Oh, he's cheating on America.
Officially, it was perjury because he lied before the Senate.
I did not have a sexual relationship. No.
But didn't he?
Depends on what you mean. It is.
So
exactly what you mean.
Definition of the word "it." That's
So
it.
he.
That's his little word.
So he got impeached for lying about a blowjob. Is that it?
Yep.
He's a bad man.
It's like.
But the thing was, they were working in the same office.
He's the worst. And it was with 2 consenting adults. It wasn't even the R word. It was with 2 consenting adults.
2 consenting adults, and one of them was an intern. That was Monica Lewinsky.
Yeah.
It's like she's an intern in the company. You should, it's wrong for you to be working for an employee. You shouldn't have a sexual relationship with employees. I've had many managers that brought their boyfriends into management with them, and it's never right.
Yep, but it's perfectly legal.
Yes, but it's just bad management.
Yes, bad management.
I can understand not wanting people to lie, but come on, choose something. If you're gonna impeach people for lying, you can.
Yeah, he could have owned up, and everyone would be like, "Yeah, boo, nice one."
But if you're gonna impeach someone for lying, Donald Trump should have been impeached long before now.
Yes, of all the Russian bullshit, and then there's currently the Ukraine stuff. When there's plenty of people pointing to it, so.
With Clinton, though.
Oh, this is my plane coming in. Sorry.
He has broken his oath several times, but people just ignore it. I mean, I'm actually on the right. I'm not a leftist, but fuck Trump. He's a fucking idiot.
Ding.
Good to hear someone from the right saying that.
You need to get a little bell. Do you want me to send you a bell, sir? Because I have one. I just can't find it. I have no use for it.
What, the team send you one of his broken ones and you fixed it?
I just don't have a use for my little bell. I don't know why I got it. I thought I got it for a hotel.
I need a dinger.
Yeah, my buddy Mike has a dinger for his live stream. When he gets
that's awesome.
donations, he hits the bell and he goes, "Ding, motherfucker, ding!"
You need like a wrong buzzer as well.
For when someone says something stupid.
Incorrect.
Okay, a little change of subject. One person says, "Hello, Planet Walker. It is midnight here in Switzerland. So I ask you, can you see the moon?" No. So we must live on a flat Earth. Ha 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 ha. I like your videos. Go on. I don't think I can see the moon. There's either there's a giant moon overhead, or I'm seeing clouds. I'm thinking it's clouds.
It's gotta be clouds because it's only 6 o'clock over here. That would make it like.
Oh, and it's fucking just turned noon just now.
E-Monk says, "Want a dissenting voice? Go on, join us, mate."
Yeah, we need some people to argue with.
Over there because according to that guy, you wouldn't see the moon until midnight.
I don't know what phase it is. What's the current phase of the moon? Phase.
Oh, don't look at the sky.
Of the
we
moon.
live on a flat zone. Do you not see my Flatty McFlatface status? Discord.
Let me see. It's
that guy just thinks
third quarter.
The moon should not be visible until.
We live on a hexagon, my sir.
But one thing I'm just going to do real quick is I'll read out. Oh wait, no, there's. Okay, I was gonna say I was gonna read out a super chat, but then I realised that there's no actual message from the super chat. It's just £5 from Major Tom. Thank you, Major Tom. This was ages ago, and I haven't really gotten around to it. But yeah. Anyway, let's get.
Damn it, Nick.
So, Emonk.
I'll read it out for you. Hold on a second. Give me a second. I'll read it out for you.
You want?
Okay, done.
You wanted to be the dissenting voice, I'm guessing.
Yeah, just the whole Trump thing gets a little bit murky, and everybody seems to be on the same side of the debate every time I listen to these things.
Okay.
Yeah.
Trump's an idiot. Trump's a fucking idiot.
Dude, I can barely hear you. You're so quiet.
You can turn them up in Discord.
Right click on his name in the Discord chat, and you can scroll. If not, it's probably the volume because
But I could barely hear him on the stream as well. So.
Yeah.
It's kind of like saying, well, dog shit smells.
Turn your shit up.
You know, I mean, dog shit smells because it's, you know, I don't know. Trump
dog shit does smell.
There's a reason why everyone's on a particular side. It's not a coincidence.
God, Emperor Trump.
And look, I agree he's a dick, but there's a lot of misinformation.
Okay, let's let Emonk speak. Let him voice his objections to what we've said.
Well, the first thing is he hasn't been impeached.
Well, he's
No, he hasn't.
He
hasn't gone through the full process yet. Just like
gone through the House.
He hasn't been impeached because the House have not forwarded the articles of impeachment to the Senate.
To indict.
Until Pelosi forwards the message that the articles of impeachment to the Senate, it
The House
hasn't
decides on
actually
impeachment.
completed the impeachment process. So he hasn't been impeached.
Yes, but
I think
we know
that's
it's going
a
to
very.
happen. But the process through the Senate.
We don't know that it's going to happen because why has Pelosi delayed?
I think that this is a very.
Obviously, she's under Trump's belt.
Pelosi's under Trump's belt. Yep.
I think this is a very
Impeachment happens
technical
under
sort
the
of
House.
sort of thing, though, because when it comes
Yeah.
to,
I think the main point is that he has been put up for impeachment, and it's only happened 3 times. So that's
And
the significant point.
What are the articles of impeachment about in Trump's case?
Abuse of power and corruption.
Obstruction of justice for his.
And obstruction of justice.
He's obstructing the investigation.
He got Ukraine to put an investigation into Joe Biden.
Hang on a
It
second.
is for
That
abuse of
actually
power
isn't
and
in the
obstruction of
articles of
Quid pro
impeachment.
quo.
The Ukraine
my local
matter
business
is not in the articles of impeachment. You know, the 2
Hold
articles of impeachment are about abuse of power, which is an opinion.
Yep.
It's an opinion, not a legal matter.
No, that's
Well,
definitely legal.
basically,
And it's not
if you get another country to do an investigation on a person who's running completely opposite you, that's a pretty significant case for breach of power.
Actually, that's not what the abuse of power seems to be about. It seems to be about the fact that he restricted people from testifying. The Democrats called for testimony for witnesses, and Trump said, don't go. That's what they've got him for abuse of power on. There's nothing about Ukraine in any of the impeachment.
I mean, even
in either of
But
those
he
2
did
articles of
obstruct the
impeachment.
investigation.
In either of those articles of impeachment, there is not a single word about Ukraine.
if you can basically influence people investigating you and stop them investigating you, that's just corruption, you know.
Actually, that's normal business for a president of the United States. It's called executive privilege.
Yeah,
And it's normal, and it happens. It happens all of the time. It happened with Obama. It happened with every president.
So Obama went and looked up, tried to get information about his political opponent,
No,
and then threatened to withhold money.
That's not what I said.
When not given that.
That's not what I said.
That's exactly what you said.
Stop. No, that's not
and,
what I
and
said.
was there an official
That's exactly
investigation?
what you said. That's called executive. You said that's called executive privilege.
Yeah.
No, it's not.
No,
I mean,
that's not
that's
what I was
called
talking
using-
about.
that's using-
You're putting words in my mouth. Keep going.
I have the article of impeachment right in the debate lobby text if you guys would like to read them.
yeah,
It's through the New York Times. Look, you have the actual articles on there. And
yeah, it does.
It's not-
Does seem to mention some of the things like it says condition. So it says here, President Trump engaged in the scheme or course of conduct through the there's a lot of reading.
Okay,
here.
I stand corrected on that one.
Yeah.
Yep.
I do want to read it out just in case I'm misunderstanding what I've seen. So it says, President Trump engaged in the scheme or course of conduct through the following means. 1. President Trump acting both directly and through his agents within and outside the United States government corruptly solicited the government of Ukraine to publicly announce investigations into A, a political opponent, former Vice President Joseph R. Biden Jr., and B, a discredited theory promoted by Russia alleging that Ukraine rather than Russia interfered in the 2016 United States presidential election. 2. With the same corrupt motives, President Trump acting both directly and through his agents within and outside of the United States government conditioned 2 official acts on the public announcements that he had requested. A, the release of $391 million of United States taxpayer funds that Congress had approved on a bipartisan basis for the purpose of providing vital military and security assistance to Ukraine to oppose Russian aggression, and which President Trump had ordered suspended. And B, a head of state meeting at the White House with which the President of the Ukraine sought to demonstrate the continued United States support for government of Ukraine in the face of Russian aggression. And 3, faced with public revelation of his actions, President Trump ultimately released the military and security assistance to the government of Ukraine, but has persisted in openly and corruptly urging and soliciting Ukraine to undertake investigations for his personal political benefit.
Yeah, I didn't hear Ukraine at all there, did I?
Okay, hey, I stand corrected.
Yeah.
Now,
I stand corrected.
am I not allowed to accept corrections?
Yeah,
He accepts them. Just don't pressure it on it. You don't need to rub it in his face. He's accepted them.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You're good.
Okay,
It's over.
You're good. You're good.
Gotta be adults here. I mean, we're like all in 20s and 30s. Meow.
I'm 47.
No, I'm sorry. I just had to get that.
No, you are in your 20s and 30s. Shut up. You are young again. I have rejuvenated you with my seed.
Oh, I wish. Not for your seed, but the rejuvenation I'll take.
He wishes.
The fountains of SETI rejuvenation. Good to see you join the fruit bowl, my friend.
Alright, so there's a lot of stuff in
So
here.
are you a flat earther as well?
Oh, hell no.
Do you not see my Flatty McFlat face status? I am the flattest of all flat Earth.
We need Aussie flat Jesus. He provides the best.
Jesus is busy with his divorce junk, so.
Aussie Jesus was in the chat earlier, and he didn't like the fact that we were talking about butter. I think he didn't like that we weren't talking about flat Earth for once. And it's like, flat Earthers can, if we don't have any flat Earthers in chat, to talk about flat Earth all day is boring.
Exactly. Well, look at my status. It's flatty. Very flat.
I didn't even
know
time him out
anything
this
better,
time. I think he
Speaking of
was
status.
picked off because I didn't time him out.
The Earth is not perfectly round. I can agree with that.
It's pretty close.
It's pretty close.
It's meant to be, isn't it? Spherical. What is it?
Due to the gases
Spheroid.
and such
It's an
around
oblate spheroid.
physically,
Oblate
if you don't
spheroid.
A blade spheroid.
Blade spheroid.
Yeah, but
But
if
it's
you,
also
yeah.
bumpy. So it's
If you
more
take
of a
a
geoid.
some parts of it are flat.
You can think of Earth almost like a basketball with all the bumps on it.
It's kind of like a
way
It's
closer
not
to spherical than that.
spherical.
No,
Yeah.
it's more spherical than a basketball.
Yes. Totally.
I'm pretty sure the correct term
It's
is a
a spherical
geoid.
is a spear and Unity engine.
Depends on how high you tessellate it, I guess.
It depends on the resolution and how many you got on it.
The great thing about technology and 3D modeling software is that you can actually take maps of the Earth, right, and have things like, I think it is tessellation, where it extrudes parts of, or puts parts of it out and puts parts of it in. That's the great thing about.
Oh god. Google image actual shape of the Earth. It's like a flat basketball on something.
Yeah.
Really? Oh,
No, it's because it's what you see from outer space. You see all the gases in the air. It gives the illusion that it's Brown is a fucking actual Spirit Unity engine. But physically, you got to think there are different elevations within the sea and outside of the sea. You got to think it's not perfectly round,
like,
it's like flat.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
this is how Flat Earth does its research. Types into Google, actual shape of Earth, and there's like, oh, see, there's different shapes. This one looks like a
if you
piece of
scroll
butt.
down, you can see the penis shape. That's a theory.
Yeah, I mean,
I should.
The Earth. Here's the biggest reason we know.
The shape of the Earth is a knob.
So here's the biggest reason we know the Earth isn't. All the cats would have knocked everything off the edge by now.
Yeah, exactly.
Totally.
Well,
there'd be a whole lot of
cats.
cats on the edge of the sea where the sea goes over the cliff, and the cats would just be pushing things
all
up.
kinds of cats over there.
But
Have you
here,
not seen
but you
all
see,
dogs go to heaven?
but you see, me, an intellectual, would say, if the Earth is flat, then how can my life constantly go downhill?
Oh, that's bad.
Well, technically,
That's one of the more intellectual arguments.
Yep.
Shoot me.
Well, the satellites are constantly falling. They're just fucking in orbit. So
Yeah.
Well, see, they don't think there's such a thing as orbit. They think the satellites are drones.
dude, they think of fucking a lot of things.
Yeah.
No, you're wrong.
Holograms.
You are wrong in saying that they think.
Fucking duck.
Yeah. Yeah. I
haven't seen someone use DuckDuckGo in a long time since writing class. Jesus.
What's funny is there's phases of arguments in Flat Earth, and now it seems to be the whole gas pressure thing. That's what I've noticed. Just via the
has it reverted back to that?
Just via the YouTube videos,
I don't understand how a chemist could be a flat Earth.
The space between space and atmosphere. I don't know.
The gas pressure things come back up again. And
don't forget that.
At least they're starting to realise that 10 to the minus 17 Tor is a positive value.
Don't forget though that JM's Truth is has a lot of degrees. He's got a degree in filmmaking.
He dropped out, but he doesn't have a degree.
He has a something in sniper.
He has a degree in making pamphlets. That's all he has.
Right.
So, a graphic designer.
He's got a communications degree, basically.
He's got like 20 different degrees, and every time you talk to him, he'll have another degree.
Oh, cool. He sounds like my friend Jared. Every time we talk to him, he has a new collectible sports car that's like only a few of them exist. But he can't get him out of the storage unit because it cost him $5, but he's broke at the moment. But he's also in the Marines and the Air Force. He's allowed to use a fucking World War II old fucking weapon into battle if he ever sees it. What a fucking liar. I'm sorry. I swallowed his bullshit.
Does his girlfriend live in Canada?
Sweden.
What? We've got someone in the chat called Flat Earth Fantasy. I'm pretty sure that that's a globe earther though.
No. I'm pretty sure that all the flat earthers just want a community to, hold each other's hands and community. They want friends.
They want to
like
jerk
the
each
sense of
other off.
Have you seen D Marble?
They like the sense of community, and they are very low.
Yeah. His speech at the fucking Flat Earth convention is just, it's so emotional. Like, it just plays on emotion. It's like we're a bunch of we're a tight community, and I don't know. It's the same as religious apologetics to me.
It's like,
and but it plays on emotion, plays on what people want.
Yeah, like a lot of these things, it's not based on logic. They like to pretend that their positions are purely rational based, but they're not, right? If you have if you're a flat earther, you probably have seen something that you think convince you logically. Like, let's say you saw someone do a laser experiment, right? okay, you saw someone do that, but then if you have then you might have someone that will come ahead and then you might have someone that will come ahead and say, well, actually these things show objects disappearing over the curvature of the Earth. How do you explain this? And that should convince them that the Earth is not flat. A lot of flat earthers will say, refraction and all that. And it's like, if it's so obviously flat, why is there so much evidence against the flat Earth?
And yet, when it suits their purposes, refraction works, and when it suits our purposes, it doesn't.
A 15 degree per hour drift.
I've actually got a small clip in movie studio. Let me just drag this over here and drag this over here so I can play it.
A 15 degree per hour drift.
Lag behind it between the stream and the actual chat.
There you go.
Interesting.
Oh, I've also got that here as well.
Interesting.
Of course you do.
I've got a few clips here. I'm working on something, as well as. Wonder if anyone knows.
Do you think there's like many globe people who think the moon landings didn't happen?
Oh, definitely.
I have a friend that is a round earther.
Yeah.
But he thinks the land moons were fake.
Yeah.
They do it.
Because back in the day, that's what it was. In the 90s, people didn't believe in it, but there weren't really flat earthers back then.
My stepdad, he believes that the moon landings were fake, and I actually have tried to talk him around, but he doesn't listen.
It's American propaganda.
I'll often.
Well, see, Stanley Kubrick was the one who, apparently shot, all the footage for that. And he was such a stickler for, being realistic that he decided to shoot it on location.
Yeah, when it came to the moon landings, like the arguments that people give these,
I can kill a joke, I swear.
The arguments that people give, right? At least a fair amount of people give, are very, very basic. And this is the same for 9/11, right? So for 9/11, people stick with the
Tower 7.
What? Oh yeah, they'll go with Tower 7, or they'll say jet's fuel can't melt steel beams, right? And it's like, jet fuel can't melt steel beams has been shown to be debunked ages ago. Like, how are you still on this argument? And the same thing.
I explained it to him because I used to be an apprentice blacksmith, and you can't melt steel at around anywhere under 1800 degrees Fahrenheit. But at 1800 degrees Fahrenheit, steel is easily malleable, as in you can bend it with very little, very little effort.
Yeah.
Because that's about the same temperature we used it to, craft swords and the like, because it's easily malleable at that temperature. Guess what burns at around 1800 degrees?
I don't know.
I'll give you a minute. Jet fuel.
I just want to read.
Jet fuel burns around 1800.
I just want to read something in the comments, because I saw Bunny 2007 said, I saw that documentary on Netflix, about to watch it again with my hubby with some beer and a laugh. My kids saw it a month ago and had that what the fuck look on their faces. And then she says, my 9-year-old was like, Mum, I think they should come to my class. My teacher's really nice and can help them.
Is this the flat earth
The Flat Earth documentary behind the Beyond the Curve.
Yeah.
Or
Oh,
Beyond the
that's
Curve.
amazing.
Interesting.
It was
Behind the curve, beyond the curve. I don't know.
Yeah. Just on that steel too. Like I work in construction, and pretty much every big building we build, they put fire retardant on all the steel beams, and it's like a massive industry. Like there's big businesses who do that. It's like, why would they do that?
Yeah, they do it so in case there is a fire,
Exactly.
it doesn't burn the whole damn building down.
Exactly. It's like the steel beams.
But the problem with that is that fire retardant doesn't help against the jet fuel.
Yeah. Well, the thing is they never did that. It's only fire retardant hasn't been around on construction for a very long time. So,
and the World Trade Centers were built back during the time they had the fire retardant.
Yeah, exactly.
But again, the jet fuel contributes to that fire, making it burn out of control, which causes the steel to lose.
And it isn't. Correct me if I'm wrong, but if a steel beam is under pressure, it's even more susceptible. Yeah,
even
which
more
makes sense.
Yeah,
I didn't know that
it didn't melt. It didn't.
I didn't know that David Bowie was in. Was that 9/11?
The what? Sorry.
I said I didn't know
that was bad.
I didn't know that David Bowie was at.
That was
9/11.
bad.
It was a bad joke. Under pressure.
That was a bad dad joke.
How dare you?
I don't know you.
Prepare the CBT.
Who is this madman?
I don't know how people can watch my videos and not know that I make bad jokes.
I have a few 9/11 truther friends. Quote mark friends.
Well, it's like someone says after 10 or 20 years.
I do too. I have a couple 9/11 truther friends too. So.
When it happened, I was about 12 years old, and about 6 months after that, I was like, "Oh, this is the inside job." And then, I was 12. I did some research, and like a few months later, I was like, "No, I don't think
22. I was 22.
I was like,
"Holy shit!"
I was like 5 years old.
Have you heard about the third tower?
The third tower?
The third tower.
What happened?
Tower 7.
Tower 7, yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
and that's the reason the other tower got hit, because the other tower fell into the tower.
And you can see the Tower 7 implode, like, I don't know if you call it imploding, but the top of it sinks in first.
Yeah.
So it's like, I don't even know what that means, to be honest. But
well,
yeah, because the repercussions of the blast also hit the other tower.
But I heard that they were actually underground linked, like all the buildings were linked underground.
Yeah,
and that's where the fires were, and that's where the load-bearing beams are underground. All buildings go. Their piles are basically at the basement. They go down and into the ground and.
Yeah.
Okay, so one person says, I think 7-Eleven was an inside job. No, it's a part-time job.
And a really shitty one at that.
To be frank, when 9/11 happened, I just walked. I was about 5 years old. I just walked through a living room, and my dad's just sitting on the couch staring at the news screen. And I just walked by and point. I'm like, "What's that?" And I'm like laughing. And my dad's like, "Go to your room." I'm like, "Okay."
And then
my mother was actually in American airspace, flying from Miami to Los Angeles. Yeah, it's pretty scary.
And then Trump had the nerve to say that now his buildings were the tallest in New York. After that happened. I'm like, God, you're a
it's like weird flex, but okay.
Well, they hit the wrong towers.
And he also said that there were Muslims there cheering the destruction.
Celebrating the 9/11. It's like I don't. Here's the thing. I don't doubt that there's probably maybe a Muslim or two celebrating that. You get weird. There's probably a Christian or two celebrating that. There's probably a atheist or two celebrating that. You get weirdos everywhere. I don't think that
Yeah.
Trump is right when he says that there's a whole mosque of Muslims celebrating it. But, you know, I could always be wrong. But yeah. One person
I think there's a whole
just
mosque.
said...
There might have been one or two people.
Hmm.
There might have been one or two people, period, celebrating it
Yeah.
from all walks of life.
One person says, wouldn't it be
I
fun
think
if...
1 or 2 is a little bit low, isn't it?
One person says, wouldn't it be fun if every debunker changed approach to just your trolling? That'd be interesting. I don't
That'd
think...
be quick. That'd be quick. That would stop the debate right there. Like, trolling. Bye.
Damn, I can't counter that shit.
Like you can't counter that.
Well,
Like
It's
I'm not.
The flat Earth side says that we're all shills, so why not?
Oh Jesus Christ! Well, no,
Oh, I'm definitely a shill.
We're to flat Earth.
But
look at this
Definitely
fucking
a shill.
outdated website, Nick.
I'd be a shill if NASA paid me. Fuck you.
NASA's.
But to me, it's the same as the moon landings. Like the amount of people who needed to be involved in any operation. No one's come out. And how fucking easy would it be to have someone come out and say, "Hey, this is a picture of me putting some dynamite on fucking part of the building." You know, it wouldn't necessarily prove it, but you know, nothing like that has come out.
NASA gets what is it?
People don't understand it.
$1 billion a month, a year.
Yeah.
Oh, a day. It was a day.
One of the things
It's like $45 million a day, isn't it? Something like that.
Oh yeah, they say 45 million.
I can't remember.
They say millions of dollars a day, and it's like as Sebi just put in the chat, like a really old looking website. NASA's. If you go to NASA, it looks like really, really old. And it's like, can't they put some of that millions of dollars a day into their website, or is it more?
Or at least just 2 interns like me and you. we know basic HTML and JavaScript.
And the thing
They can do that, but they're too busy doing other things.
Yeah.
The really funny thing is
that's why they pay someone to do it.
NASA that much. Just have you seen the overbloated military budget we have?
Yeah.
Yeah. But
Like,
we need
really?
40
You're
mile per hour
comparing that?
tanks.
It's like
we know
I don't know,
65 mile per hour tanks. My bad. Fuck.
like the F-35 was like 10 times as much as the space program or something, you know.
Just one.
Was it the F-22? The production for the F-22 is like some ridiculous number that just absolutely dwarfs any NASA
I
funding.
think it's in the billions. I honestly think it's in the billions of dollars for one airplane.
Yeah.
And we paid, I think it was Lockheed Martin to make it. So it's not even going towards the military. That's going towards a company.
It shoots missiles though. It's pretty cool.
Oh yeah, it's that. Oh, I know what you're talking about now. That damn gun ship. It's literally a gunship.
Yeah. Oh no,
that's the
Literally a
Warthog.
fucking gunship.
I was just being a smart ass.
AAT.
Like NASA doesn't
Okay.
shoot guns.
Okay, I looked at it. I actually looked at the gunship, and it does look fucking awesome.
Hey Nick, check it out.
I'm not putting that
It does
on
look fucking
stream.
awesome.
Sebi. One thing that I
Why
do
not?
because
It does look fucking awesome. I'll say that much. Fucking epic.
One thing that I
It looks like something you would. It looks like.
What
a
is it
God-tier
called? I don't know what
weapon
you're
you
talking
get in a
about.
video game. I cannot fucking remember. I'm sorry. I'm using too many swear words. I'm used to cussing like a sailor.
One thing I want to say about I've actually got a video that I've got planned. Right, it's on centrifugal force, I think.
Fucking penis fish.
Gone.
It's on centrifugal force, and I've actually done some calculations and all that. I'm gonna use
My computer.
I'm essentially going to use Flurf maths to show that Flurfs are wrong.
There's such a thing as Flurf math.
Yep.
Such a thing.
Things like
That's a thing that exists.
Yeah, that's a thing that exists because apparently 10 to the negative 17 is 17.
A negative number.
Is negative 17 10 times. Try to wrap your head around that one.
10 to the negative 17 would be 0.000 repeating 17 times 1 7 1 1.
Yeah, but
where was this conversation going?
But 10.
Basically, 17 zeros to the right of the decimal.
But 10 to the negative 17 is 17 10 negative 17 10 times. What?
Yeah, that's fucking. That's
like, it's got everything around the wrong way. Like 10 to the negative 17. It's like they're taking that negative 17 and saying that that's 10 times. That's not even how positive exponents work. Like
that's
10
not,
to the
yeah,
power of
that's not
17.
even positive.
10 to the power of 17 is 10
One
times.
17 zeros.
Is 10 times 10 times 10. Yeah, basically, you got 17 tens.
17 times.
Yeah, it's like it's 10 to the negative 17 is not negative 17.
Like, and honestly, what flat earther knows what you're talking about? Like, as soon as you talk about numbers and maths, it's like straight over their heads.
Yeah, like
they ain't gonna know.
Who's the stupidest person on the panel here?
This is probably me.
The what?
You can do programming though.
So. Yeah, but you just need a brain to do programming. Fuck. Like, you literally just need to know how to speak.
I've met some programmers who don't qualify that high.
Yeah.
AC 130. Yeah.
AC 130.
Because
I'm pretty sure everybody's qualified.
We paid Lockheed Martin. We paid Lockheed Martin to build that for us. We didn't pay the military to build it. We paid an outside company to do it. Lockheed Martin designs all our weapons. Just think about that for a minute. It's not even the military designing the weapons. It's a company.
Is there any anti-5G people here?
Anti-5G?
Yeah.
You missed Flat Earth Aussie Jesus.
I mean, 5G is pretty much a lie at this moment. We haven't achieved 5G.
Yeah. That's good.
That's
point.
where I mean on the anti-5G. Like, our phone speeds are not 5G yet. That's dumb.
AC 130 sector.
But
they're actually like, it's more like 4.2G, and they advertise it as 5G.
Because I heard that you need to, like, it's big time gets blocked by everything.
As far as I
like line of sight needs to be.
Yeah, there are issues with 5G.
Can't sit out your fingers.
It's 5G. But that's
there is a lot of people who don't want it because of the supposed health effects.
I think the only good objection to 5G that I have seen is with meteorologists.
Really? How? What?
Apparently the particular wavelengths used in 5G can be problematic to satellite imaging for weather patterns.
Go to 6G.
Yeah, we'll just go straight to 6G.
Yeah, we can wait. 4Gs are pretty good on it.
Just go to 10G. Just go ahead and go to 10G.
Yeah, just like Windows 10 and skip 2, go 8,
skip every one of them.
8.5, then fucking 9, and then pull at 10 instead.
As I said, like...
Yeah, but there was a reason for that.
But
yeah, because nobody liked Windows 8.
Yeah, that's the reason they skipped 9.
There was a programming reason. There was a programming reason why they skipped Windows 9.
Yeah, because of Windows. Because basically the idea was that some of the
inside job.
Some of the modules for Windows 95 and 98 or something, they did decide, okay, we're just gonna call this Windows 9, and it's like, it would search for Windows 9, and it's like, okay, it's a bad. This is not going to have any future consequences down on the road, so yeah.
So one of the main reasons why Microsoft decided to skip Windows 9 is there's still a lot of legacy code out there that does stupid shit like going, hey, what version of Windows are we running on? Oh, it's got a 9 at the start. It must be 95 or 98. We'll do this.
Oh, fuck me. Really?
That is literally one of the main
Wow.
reasons. It's like that's the reason for it.
It's
Because
that
of
whole
legacy shit.
It's just like the 2000 scare. Remember what I'm talking about? When the
Yes, okay,
2000
you said
scare was
Millennium
called-
Edition.
Oh, isn't
No, he's talking about the Y2K.
No. Exactly Y2K. It's the
Yeah.
Y2K bug. is what
Wasn't-
I'm
Oh, yeah.
wasn't
Most
the,
of
I remember that vividly. The world was going to end. Everyone's
saying.
computer.
The world's going to end.
Oh,
None of
yeah.
our electronics are going to work.
Everyone's-
Everything's going to cut off.
all the nuclear
Wait,
codes
wait,
were
wait,
going to
wait.
reset and
There's
fucking nuclear.
another Y2K event that's supposed to happen around like 2030 something. So
Oh, yeah, that-
2038. It's the
that-
sea time bug.
yeah,
yeah.
and I think that most.
Sorry,
people,
I'm a programmer too.
Fucking programmers.
We're
I think-
all programmers.
I think that most.
No, I have absolutely no idea about programming.
I think that the sea time bug.
Maybe,
I
yeah.
think that most organizations will have.
2038.
I think that by the time it gets to there, I think that most organizations it will have affected because you got to keep in mind that if someone tries to set the time to in the future, then it's going to have an impact. So if because I think the reason why they found out about it is because some business tried to set something to be like 2099 or something, and like set an expiry for something to be 2099, and it's expired immediately because it was like 1950 something.
Let's just create a new internet. Yes.
Yeah, with hookers
Well, they
and
keep
the
trying,
We'll
but
create a new
IPv6 is
internet
shit.
with new hardware.
Hookers and
Totally
blackjack.
Separate. Yes.
I'll create my own internet.
So here
I'll
is
create my own internet.
here is the question: why hasn't IPv6 been adopted by?
Because it's bullshit.
It seems to have a lot.
Succinct to the point.
It seems to have a lot of IP. Like it seems to have many more IPs than IPv4 though.
It has a lot more, like enough to address pretty much every atom on the planet.
Okay.
They went overboard. But it's too complicated, and people look at it and go, I don't understand this shit. I understand IPv4.
I
can work
mean,
with that in my head. I just can't deal with IPv6.
I mean, to be fair, yeah, IPv6 has some weird way of shortening down address lengths and all that.
That bit's the easy part. It's the huge collection of different prefixes and what they all mean. It's stupid.
Like IPv4, you know, if you want to, if I just type in 127.0.0.1, you know, I know what that address is. You know, if I want to access my router, it's like, you know, most of the time it's just
192.168.0.1.
Yeah. I like how you were able to recall that a lot quicker than me.
Also technician.
192.168.11.
Yeah. Like
Or 10.0.0.1 or 10.0.0.100.
Or 254.254.
If you want to. Yeah. It depends on your
I have seen
your
I have
conflicts, I guess.
seen routers. I've seen routers that do that. That go directly 254.254. And it's dang. Why
Yeah.
they would do that?
The only thing I really don't get, right, is why when it comes to IPv4 is because so I'm pretty sure when it comes to subnet masks, and I might be wrong on this, but I'm pretty sure that means that everything in a particular, so if you've got a network, right, every computer in that network can have its own IP address unique to the network, but it wouldn't be unique if you were to take that IP address and put it onto another network. Am I correct on that?
Every device needs to have a unique IP address within its own network, except for a couple of caveats.
Yeah. So yeah, what I don't get is like how, like, because I know that there's some networks which in which every computer within that network had its own IP address, like unique to all IP addresses. I'm pretty sure that that's something that happened, and you got some businesses that just bought out a whole lot of IP addresses for each individual computer. Am I Correct or incorrect on that?
Yes, there were. They tried to eliminate them as much as possible. There were private networks using public IP addresses for their internal addressing, and it was bad.
Yeah, and
does anyone use a VPN here?
Nope.
Sometimes I use a VPN.
Yeah.
I'll probably
I have a VPN.
If I ever get sponsored by NordVPN, I'll probably use a VPN a lot more, to be honest.
Hint, hint. Anybody?
At least
listening?
you don't hold your things too high, man. Don't be.
Like, because the problem with VPNs
that's
is to get good VPNs, you need to pay money, and it's like, I don't want to pay money for a VPN. Give me a free VPN. And like,
exactly. Maybe you should reach out to them.
You'd be like, hey, I know I have 6,000 subscribers, but sponsor me. I'm on.
Sponsor me, you son of a bitch.
I was on Simon Dan.
Praise me.
Yeah.
Damn, look at all this expensive.
But yeah, like, in fact, actually, when it comes to now, I'm not going to rip on Simon Dan for taking sponsorships. Like, I don't know how Simon Dan does his sponsorships. He might do it in the same way as me. But when it comes to sponsorships, I'd probably only do sponsorships where I would actually enjoy the product that they are selling. If you know what I mean.
I would take a Coca-Cola sponsorship, to be frank.
I don't like Coca-Cola, so I wouldn't actually.
Well, you accept it anyway.
It depends how many kids you have.
All the discounts and stuff.
How nagging is your wife to get money? Yeah.
I just want Coca-Cola really bad right now. Sorry.
Like,
I'd take a Code Red sponsorship if we could get it here.
Yeah, Mountain Dew Code Red.
Code Red's
like,
the bomb. I
just like Zombieland. Oh, what you drinking there? Oh yeah, it's Code Red. Every 5 scenes. Oh,
I probably
Code Red.
wouldn't like some sponsorships that I probably wouldn't take. I probably wouldn't take sponsorships like Dollar Shave Club, but there are some shaving sponsorships that I would take because
depends on the money. You don't know how much money they're giving you.
True, but like when it.
Sorry, now I've just got that scene from The Simpsons where Krusty's saying, they drove a truck of money up to my house, what can I do?
Yeah.
But, like, at least this is me going on record saying, when I'm gonna, that if I ever if I ever get sponsorship from Dollar Shave Club or something like that,
we'll point to this day and say you sold out.
Yeah.
I knew you were sure all along.
Arto Rasanan says, "Dang, I was just about to offer Ferrari sponsorship. I guess you don't want to." Actually, do I get a free Ferrari out of this?
No, but Ferrari does a nice line of car seats for children.
I feel like I should be insulted right now.
I know, just if you ever were planning to procreate, I don't know.
I mean, a lot of my audience is actually definitely older. That's why I'm not too concerned about the copper bullshit, because most of my audience is over 21. In fact, when you go to the metrics, it actually has nobody in the 13 to 18 range. Everyone's...
That's because all those 13 to 18 range are saying they're older than they actually are to be able to watch YouTube.
I mean, you only have to
everybody on the internet who's 18 is actually 13.
I mean, a lot of people...
Everybody over 18 is 13.
You only have to be 13 to create a YouTube account.
And it's because the frontal lobe hasn't finished growing until 25. They're not intelligent enough to be your subscribe to your channel, bro.
Yeah.
Well, see, the thing with that is
wait a second.
The risk center of the brain where you're able to determine, risk from or risky
and
behavior.
They've proven that the whole frontal lobe thing is pretty much being on. Like,
are you saying that I don't have good risk-taking perception?
Maybe
I'm 23.
I'm
23.
The people you've chosen to debate, man.
Yeah, you don't have good. You don't have good.
You'll be better in 2 years, and then it's just downhill from there.
Yeah.
I've only got 2 years worth of dumpster fires. One person says, now I'm 25, saying I'm 17. You see, when it comes to me later on in life, I feel like I'm gonna be like 30, and I'll just be looking like I'm 20, and I'll be like, it's like, do I say that I'm 30, or do I just say fuck it, like I'm 20, I'm with the cool kids.
Hey, fellow children.
Oh God, I don't. Yeah.
Age is like gender, right? You can be whatever age you want.
And that's one thing that kind of pisses me off. If you look at Asian girls in particular, they seem to stop aging whenever they hit like 16 years old, and then continue aging again once they hit 40.
Yeah.
Who said that age is like gender?
That was me. I was joking.
Why aren't you 60?
I say, maybe I should just go and play in the kids' leagues and be trans age.
I don't know if did anyone get that reference.
No, it completely went over my head. I'm pretending like I knew. Pretending like I'm, laughing.
I was trying to do a Ben Shapiro impression. It probably isn't that good, but you know.
No, you don't do the little Jewish guy very well. Sorry.
I like the way that you put it, little Jewish guy.
He is a little Jewish guy. Believe it.
It's probably not that very good. Oh no, God.
Ben Shapiro is an idiot, though.
About some stuff, yes. I disagree with a lot of things he says, but some of the things he says aren't bad.
Don't say the Lord's name.
He has the cubic stare, right? I mean, he has that down. If you've ever noticed in Stanley Kubrick's movies, has the character stare down the camera to let you know they're at their peak.
I saw that.
They're at their peak insanity whenever they're staring down the camera like that.
Yeah.
Ben Shapiro stares down the camera like that all the time.
Yeah.
Like from the opening. Yeah.
Like for me, when it comes to the whole gender thing, right? I disagree with. That was Charisma.
No tasers, please.
That was me again. Sorry.
The Matrix.
Yeah, when it comes to gender,
last time.
I don't. A lot of people seem to conflate gender with sex, and that seems what Ben Shapiro is doing. You know, like I'll agree that sex is a thing, right? Sex is a thing that that does have doesn't have impacts on life. Unless you're an incel, then sex is not a thing. But yeah, sex. You know, you do have a pair of you do have genitalia, right? And they are decided by your chromosomes, unless you decide to cut them off or, you know, try and somehow stitch one on. Then, you know, you've got particular genitalia. But when it comes to gender is completely based on cultural aspects of being male or female. And I'm not necessarily convinced that it's entirely useful. One person says
I don't disagree. Sorry, go ahead.
One person says primarily biological sex only really matters for medical concerns, including reproduction. Yeah, I'll agree with that. Like, I don't need to know someone's sex to have a conversation with them.
I don't need to know that either, but if I want to fuck them, that's the only reason I can do it.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a difference. Do you want to stick your dick in someone's vagina? And if the guy says he has a dick and I thought it was a girl, well, I'm like, okay, hands off. I don't want to stick my dick in shit. So.
Yeah, like if.
I have one rule. I have one
I'm allowed
rule.
to have sexual preference, is what I'm saying.
I just have one rule though. Never stick your dick in crazy.
Crazy.
That's my one rule.
I would disagree. Potatoes are amazing.
Not gravy, crazy.
Crazy.
I know, gravy. God, it's crazy.
I don't want to know what you've been sticking your dick in there, Siri.
Yeah.
Warm apple pie.
Have you ever tried Wilkin? It's really good.
But when it comes to like, yeah, when it comes to, yeah, as you said, when it comes to, if you want to fuck someone, then yeah, you want to know what sex they are, right?
Well, I'm
here's
pansexual, so it doesn't bother me.
Now, there are some people that will say,
Is it an amazing atheist thing?
What?
Pansexual?
No, pansexual is we find pans hot.
Okay.
No, pansexual means you don't care whether it's male, female, or trans.
Okay.
Yeah, you're sexually attracted
Pansexual
to people.
Yeah. Exactly.
I see.
I'm also aromantic, so I'm just sexually attracted to people for just sex. I don't want a relationship.
I'm not going to cuddle with you afterwards, but I'll rock your world.
But
yeah, exactly.
But here's the thing.
We fuck, then you get out.
Yes.
Like,
Exactly. Pump and dump. Get out.
Here's one thing that also raises some contention with some people. There's transsexual people, right? And so transsexual people might be people that transsexual people are people that have transitioned, I believe. Am I?
Not anymore. But
I'm pretty sure
we know what you mean.
I'm pretty sure transsexual means that if you used to have a dick, then you cut it off. If you used to have a vagina,
that's an old definition of the word.
Okay.
These days, transsexual is not used for that.
Okay.
It's part of the problem with the discussion is that we're all talking about different things.
Yeah, I think there needs.
It's not transgender.
Yeah, I think we need a particular word for people that have cut their dick off and people that have.
Can we just call it reptilian?
They are now referred to as post-operative transgender.
Okay.
Weird. Post-operative transgender.
That's all there is needed to be said about that, I think.
Yeah, like
pre-op.
Like if someone, like, I don't care if someone used to be a guy and is now a girl, if they've gone through, if they've if they've gotten rid of their dick and they've now got a vagina, like I don't care. Like I wouldn't know if they'd be any different to females that were born females in bed. So like, why would I care if someone's
I just have to say a couple things real quick. One, good on you for actually having open discussion about this topic. And a correction to the chat, if you really want a prime example of a pansexual, no, not Lando in the Han Solo movie. You need to look at Captain Jack from Doctor Who and Torchwood.
Yep.
Okay.
And Captain John. Everybody forgets Captain John.
Good old Captain John.
Yeah,
yeah, but keep in mind, when all you do is say hello and the doctor tells you to stop flirting, that should tell you something.
I've never heard of omnisexual before.
I'm 36 had it perfectly. Captain Jack Harkness is omnisexual. Exactly.
What is
Captain
omnisexual?
Harkness
What's the difference between omnisexual and pansexual?
Omnisexual literally means that he will fuck anything and everything if given the opportunity.
Okay.
Yep. That's omnisexual.
Hell yeah, brother.
Let's put it this way. Captain Jack Harkness has such a hard time keeping his pants on, he wears both a belt and suspenders.
Oh wait, so that means it's gentleman's phrase.
So everybody is gay for Captain Jack Harkness. That's plain truth.
I'd give him a reach around.
See? Everybody is gay for Captain Jack Harkness.
Okay, so what? Question: what is the word for being attracted to Red's rhetoric?
Insane.
Red sexual? I would say red sexual because
I think
no. You obviously haven't heard the stories of what it's like to see Reds in person. In order to be sexually attracted to Reds, the proper answer is you are dead.
Yeah.
Yeah. Even blind people aren't safe. It's scary.
Here's the question:
I've done
like, do
some
we
pretty
actually?
ugly people?
Do we actually?
I have gone with pretty ugly people, so I don't know.
Like, how do we actually know that Reds is ugly? Because if everyone that's seen his face has died, then
No. It's not that everyone who has seen his face has died. Everyone who has had the thought of, yeah, I'd sleep with that, they have died. Because why would anything that would willingly put themselves in an intimate situation with such a hideous visage be allowed to continue to live?
I'm googling Red's rhetoric. I can't find it.
So you're saying that's an easy suicide then, huh?
Yeah. Yeah. Red's rhetoric is the answer to euthanasia.
I'm just saying that Dr. Kevorkian definitely had Red in mind when he went into his practice.
His face is federally banned in public, says NZ Pure. And one person says a meme that I've heard ages ago. I feel like I might have met this person or somehow crossed paths somehow, but he says it's not gay if you keep your socks on. Just remember.
No, it's only gay if you look each other in the eyes.
There's so many different things. It's like it's not gay if you keep your socks on. It's not gay if you look each other in the eyes, and it's not gay. It's not gay if your balls don't touch.
It's not gay if you give and not receive, right?
Yeah, that's another one.
Yeah, exactly. That's the old one.
I'm not gay, but my boyfriend is.
Yeah, I don't like when my girlfriend gets that kind of top.
Sadly for me,
But
I'm
my
not gay, but my
boyfriend
ex-girlfriend
wasn't
is.
gay.
Yeah.
It's got Prodigy coming.
All right, I just figured I'd come in and chime on that stuff.
It was a fun
go
chat.
do some other stuff before my show.
Yeah, I'm actually gonna wrap up here because I got stuff that I need to.
You got presents to buy.
I've already bought presents actually. I'm not gonna mention them because I don't know if my sister actually would be watching the stream. So you know.
Yeah, better safe than sorry. So real quick on the way out for those who, one, can't read and are only listening, and those who might be curious to hear more of this type of degenerative talk, but with a bit more laughter involved as well. In an hour and a half, I will be live on my channel, AT2 Productions, with the typical shit show that is Veterans Talk Weekly. Okay. So if you're curious and want to chime in and make fun of some people who are in the military, come on over. We'll welcome you. We make fun of each other anyways.
Not a veteran, but thank you for your service.
Yep.
One of the things I want to ask, speaking of live streams, is I heard something about that Kent Hovind thing that was supposed to happen with cats. Was that cancelled?
Oh, okay. So it was not even Kent's technical guy who reached out to Marvel. It was some little office assistant who reached out to Marvel to say that Kent was experiencing a technical issue with his internet and would not be available, and they are currently trying to reschedule for in approximately 2 weeks' time.
Okay. Because yeah, like I put, because when I set this thing up, I actually had completely forgotten about that that debate. I was like, oh shit, I wanted to see this debate live, but you know now I'll be able to see the debate live maybe. Hopefully it's not on the same time as one of these things. Probably will be, though.
I understand the shit show aspect of it all, but why legitimize the prick?
Well, it's more a different type of flavor. It's not so much giving him legitimacy. It's the fact that he is a known commodity of the young Earth creationism side, and specifically trying to be counter-evolution, which this is where Conspiracy Cats comes in, because his master's thesis was on evolution. So it's right up his alley and where he studied. So I think a number of us think it would be interesting to see that instead of the typical Flurf dumpster fires, because let's be honest, there hasn't been anything new or compelling from a Flurf in getting close to 3 years.
Yeah, like
Simon Dan put out that challenge for him to name the dinosaurs, like more dinosaurs than his 6-year-old or something like that. He didn't accept
I wouldn't
that.
take that bet. His kid's smart.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like when it comes to this, like I wouldn't mind debating Kenthoven, but I'd put the challenge out to debate something like
it will be nothing that we haven't seen before.
Yeah, I'd
It's
say
just gonna be the same fucking shit.
I'd probably
oh no. So I've already warned Marvel Girl, whose channel it's going to be on. I am the primary moderator for it. When it gets to the open questions back and forth between the two, I will be paying attention to how Kent responds, because if he pulls what he tried,
He'll use apologetics. He'll use word salad, apologetics, and he'll just
which is why I'm going to really pay attention to it, because he is probably going to hear this response from me a number of times during that. I'm sorry, Mr. Hovind. Would you like to actually address the question you were asked, please?
Oh yeah, like one of the things that I'd probably debate is I'd probably debate something he says a lot of things like. So I'd probably debate something more along, not evolution particularly, even though he lumps a lot of things in with evolution. I'll probably debate something more along the lines of cosmology, because I feel like he's probably isn't, because I know that he brings out a whole lot of esoteric, really weird things. So
you should bring an actual paleontologist onto the debate, and that'll be interesting.
And I don't have the qualifications to. I don't necessarily have the qualifications to argue or the know how to argue against people that deny evolution. Like I can argue against it on a basic level, but on a level with the kind of what's the word, charlatanism as Kenthoven, I'm probably not probably wouldn't be that good.
What did he go to jail for? He went to jail for something.
Tax evasion.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
tax evasion.
My biggest issue with all of Kent's debates is that he debates anything like pigeons play chess.
Yeah.
Makes a lot of noise, shits on the board and leaves.
Yeah. Like I do know that I do know that Kenthoven does pull out quite a bit of bullshit. Like there's one argument that I heard from him, the moon if the moon was getting further away at the current rate it is, right? Then it would have been too close to the Earth only like a couple million years ago or something. It's like, well, actually, do you know about gravity? Do you know how gravity works? Did you know that there's an inverse square law?
The problem, the problem
Kent,
I
have you
have
ever
with
read
these
the
people.
Index to Creationist Claims?
What?
It's like he's never heard of the Index to Creationist Claims. Everything he brings up is addressed there.
Okay. Yeah. But like when it comes to that moon thing,
It's not wrong.
When it comes to that moon thing, like I was able to, having looked into things like flat Earth, I was able to actually be like, actually, that's about as stupid as a flat Earth claim, because gravity is inverse square. So the gravitational pull in the past would have been when the moon was closer would have been stronger. Therefore, the moon wouldn't have been moving further away at the rate it is now.
Oh, and the real kicker there, comparing it to flurfdom, someone actually brought a flurf question to Kent before, and he laughed and called it the most idiotic thing he's ever heard. The Earth isn't flat.
That's saying something, isn't it? Holy shit.
The Earth is flat.
Yeah. When Kent Hovind makes fun of flat Earth, you know that.
Yeah, you know it's fucking stupid.
Yeah. Anyway, I'll end up this. It's a good note to end the stream on. So yeah. Leave a like and
read the link I just posted in Discord.
Smoke dank.
Okay.
GG. Catch you guys later.
Anyway, leave a like and subscribe if you like
Yeah.
that stream. Leave a comment letting me know what sort of discussions you'd like me to have in the future. It'd be nice to actually get people on to actually debate, because, you know...
Yeah.
The problem is that we haven't had many challenges come on and debate lately. Although I haven't been doing these for a while. This is the first one in ages. So yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Anyway, I will see you in the next stream. Between you and me, thank you for watching. My guitar's probably terribly out of tune, but what does anyone want me to play?
Have a good
Megalomania.
Red Hot Chili Peppers, please.
I actually played that better on piano, because
Yeah, you did.
Get your piano, boy.
if I
have a guitar.
I can't play any instrument, so I'm in awe.
I don't know my mic quality.
Ah, shit. Something like that, yeah. Play classical gas? I don't know what the... Anyway, why are people still watching? I don't know. It's over. It's still got 30 people watching for some reason.
Oh, I'm one of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, me